Pam Spratler. Betty Thomas.
Danny Thomas.
Bob Dauber. Harry Oak. Testing.
Excuse me.
Hey, I can take care of this.
Ken Blair. Yeah. How are you?
Larry Odell, Rocky Mountain Recycling.
Brian Hennessy, Rocky Mountain Recycling.
Robert Taves.
Richie Castro.
Reggie McCullough. Sylvia Sitch.
Phil Baca.
Tracy Snyder, candidate, Colorado State House District 32.
Christy Douglas.
Kathy McIntyre, Gateway News.
Jody Bacon.
Katie Bacon. Emily Bacon.
Dave Rolla.
Carolyn Keith, Parks and Recreation.
Alan Cohen, Commerce City Office of Emergency Management.
Glenn Murray.
Mike Griffin.
Jenny Axmaker, planning staff.
Jane Donovan, RTD.
Chris Kramer, Planning Division.
Jim Hayes, Community Development and Economic Development.
Ms. Ryan Cordero, Government Relations.
Chuck Sonnier, PD.
Yasmin Talamontes. Annabelle Ritchie. Natasha Hashman.
Catherine Wiley.
Samantha. Marissa Salazar. Molly Cortinez.
Bob Cortinas.
Amy Castillo. Shelby Spears.
Lee Kemp, RTD Board.
Kathy Williams, District K Representative, RTD Board.
Michelle Halstead, Communications.
John Howard, Information Technology.
That seems to be everybody. Thank you. Next, we have a little recognition for Chief Baca, and I don't know if he's here this evening.
He's right over there.
On this side. There he is. Chief, please come forward to the podium. I kept looking over here for you. Normal direction.
On the other side, Mayor.
I see that. Well, we would like to recognize you from the council for all your years of service with Commerce City, your lifelong dedication to law enforcement profession. During Chief's tenure, Chief Baca implemented a strategic plan that consistently reduced crime and improved community relationships. Under his leadership, the police department created new crime prevention unit, implemented a new North Area substation, and secured funding for a new bicycle officer program. Chief Baca's passion was youth prevention and outreach activities, secured grant funding with Recreation Division to implement first ever police camp and Cops versus Kids program, formed the Chief's Youth Advisory Committee to better understand concerns and needs, and co-organized the city's first Cultural Diversity Summit. We'd like to thank you for your contribution and commitment to building a quality community for a lifetime. And I'd like to ask the council members to come down here in front of me so we can present you with the gift on your retirement.
Thank you.
I'm good. Thank you, sir.
Before I go into citizen communication, I think it's a good time for me to thank my Mayor Pro Tem for acting on my behalf at the last regular council meeting during my absence. And I want to thank everybody from the community that sent along little phone calls, cards, prayers, whatever it may be. I really appreciate it. It was an unforeseen incident with my health, and I feel much better. So I appreciate the outpour from the community and Mr. Moreno stepping in. I heard he did a wonderful job, so I want to thank you.
Mr. Mayor, just want to say it's good to have you back, and for your reference and everyone else's, if you're ever in the mayor's chair, the little button attached to the microphone is in fact the panic button, so don't make that mistake.
I'm glad that's in my control, so in case I need it. I might need it tonight. We'll go ahead and get into citizen communication. I want to remind everybody, we do have a 3-minute window, so when you come up, please be respectful of that fact. And when I call your name and you come to the podium, state your name and address for the record. First person on the list is Mr. Richie Castro. Good evening.
My name is Richie Castro. My address is 6961 Commerce City, Colorado. And I'm here to present a little business that we have going on at the high school. Practically everybody I know in this community is taking part in to put on a fantastic production that is written by a very talented individual that grew up in Commerce City, Colorado. It's an original work. It's called The History Hunter, and we've in collaboration with the high school. We have the high school choir going to be taking part. We have some dancers, which the choreographer, Miss Reggie McCall, I'd like to, if I can ask her to come and approach, because she's going to be helping me invite the board to the production.
Okay.
Does she have to introduce herself, or?
Yeah, please.
Okay.
My name is Reggie McCullough. My address is 7191 Holly Street.
Great, thank you.
And we would just like officially invite all the members to the board to the production. There's going to be about 60 people, including mothers, children from the community. They are taking part with the Free Flight Nonprofits for the Arts is going to be there. They did the Shadow Puppet Show, and they took part in the Nelson Mandela choreography. So it's going to be something really exciting for the community, and we'd just like to officially invite you. Also, I would just also like to ask the board for the support from in whatever way you can do for pushing this project that we're really starting to get up on its feet right now, starting with the very first production on the 19th and 20th. Permission to approach the board and give the invitations
Absolutely.
to you?
Come on up.
And to give you just a little bit of a tempting for the palate, so you guys can make it out to the show. Here's one of the original compositions from the script that will have a lot of big dancing and fancy finishes with sparkling lights and lasers, and I don't know, maybe somebody famous will show up because they heard that Commerce City is really taken off nowadays in its performing arts and so forth and so on. But this is an educational number that is written about a true guitar player in history named Janko Reinhardt from the 1940s, who played guitar with not 5 fingers but 2 fingers. And he's considered today to be one of the greatest guitar players to ever live. He's considered the Gypsy King of Jazz, Janko Reinhardt, and in his true style and fashion of musical compositions, this is the lyrical story of Gypsy Janko and his 2-finger guitar playing. baby gypsy Django was a child, now learned to play on his guitar. Though he was poor, his music opened every door. He was having so much fun, he was on his way to number one. Till that night, the fire caught his caravan. The doctor said, I'm sorry, gypsy boy, but with that burned hand, it looks like you're never gonna play your gypsy guitar ever again. Oh, yes, I can, he said. Come on, baby, sing it now. Well, baby, gypsy, gypsy, king of jazz, Django Reinhardt, he's the man. Moves our shoes with that swinging jazz. Oh, gypsy, gypsy, king of jazz, Django Reinhardt, he's the man. Yes, I can. When the world says you can't. What'd he say? Yes, I can. When the world, it says you can. Yes, I can. Thank you.
Well, I'm going to definitely try to make it out. I think it's important that we have you back every Monday night to break the ice at these council meetings. Really refreshing to start the night off this way. Thank you for coming in.
Okay, can I ask a question?
Any council members? Yes, JD? Okay.
Well, first I want to thank you for coming and your presentation, and I will tell my fellow council members that's why I was urging for 5 minutes at the podium. And would you please come every Monday night, because this is a good way to start it out. As a member of the Cultural Council, I would ask if you could please give your name and phone number, Mr. McBroom, because I'm sure that Cultural Council would like to get in touch with you.
Mr. Bullock?
Yes, Richie. If you could find somebody that plays gypsy violin like Stefan Grappelli, you could. Okay, then next week when you come back, bring the violin player too, and we can do a whole number here because, oh wow, we won't be here next week. But
We have a famous violinist coming from Vancouver to play in this production.
okay, I will be at your show.
Mr. McEldowney?
Mr. Castro, just my hats off. I'm ecstatic to see your presentation or your performance on the 19th and 20th. Having met you for my first time at the Cultural Summit, it's great to see the progress that you've made in such a short time. It was great to hear your vision and to see it coming together. It's just it's really exciting. So thank you for all you're doing and the energy you're bringing to the community.
Councilwoman Elliott?
Good evening, Mr. Castro. As always, I definitely am on board supporting you as much as I can. I will be there, and I encourage others to consider attending this event. I know that there's a lot of hard work that goes into this, and so I commend you, and I want to thank you for your delightful presentation. It's a great way to break the ice, as Mayor Ford said. That's the best way. So not the following Monday, or not next Monday, but the following Monday. I expect to see you here. Thank you.
Councilman Douglas?
Thank you, Richie, for your presentation and enlightening us with that. I had the pleasure of speaking with you several months ago for about 45 minutes, and we had quite the conversation, and I would love to see you be part of the Culture Council. I know that's right up your alley there, so thank you very much for coming out tonight.
Dominic Moreno?
Richie, if that was any indication, I can't wait for the real show. I'll be there and make sure I tell as many people as I can as well to be there also.
Okay. Next, I'm going to call Jody Bacon. Is everybody coming? Jody, Kathy, Christy, and Katie, Ellie, and Emerson? Everybody coming up at one time?
What?
Is everybody going to come up at one time?
Yeah, we thought in the
rest?
interest of time, we would condense and maybe run just a little bit long over the three, but just
Yeah,
condense
I
that.
see that your message is the same. It's all united about the fracking.
Yes.
So if you just keep it to what you need, and don't, everybody say the same thing.
Oh, no, it's just me. I'm just going to speak.
Oh, that's fine. It's
Yeah.
just your support team. That's fine.
Yep.
No, absolutely. And they have time, so we'll give you a little extra time to get your point across.
Okay, excellent. Well, thank you. Again, I'm Jody Bacon, and I live at 17087 East 106th Avenue, Commerce City, 80022. And we stand behind, I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. We stand before you tonight as members of Citizens for Safe Fracking in Adams County. We are a group of nearly 100 citizens based in Commerce City. We're here tonight basically for three reasons. First of all, we wanted to issue on behalf of the entire group a very sincere and heartfelt thank you to the council, to the staff for your efforts, for the actions that you've taken on our behalf. And we wanted to make sure that you knew that that hadn't gone unnoticed. I know a lot of times you hear very angry people standing, and that's not always pleasant, but we wanted to make sure that you knew that we appreciated everything that you have done so far in terms of the fracking issue that we're facing. Secondly, we collectively as a group wanted to request to have the second reading of Ordinance 1880 placed on the agenda for next week's City Council meeting on January 16th in order to be voted on by you. Why are we making this request? Well, there are a few reasons. Number one, because of holidays, we lost 2 weeks. And although meetings are productive, and we know they're going to be productive, we have 2 weeks left, and that's very limiting and quite simply just not enough time to do what we need to do. Ours is a situation like no other, as I'm sure you're aware, with the unparalleled circumstances surrounding the Rocky Mountain Arsenal. Many claim that Commerce City is the most toxic piece of land on earth. Whether that's true or not, I'm not sure. One thing I do know, however, at the very least, we are in the top 10 cities for most toxicity. Given this statement of fact, we strongly, really extremely express an interest in having someone who is knowledgeable in terms of the Rocky Mountain Arsenal, involved in the Land Use Committee. We have even yet to do that at this point. We feel that that is a very, very imperative issue that we have yet to address. As of today, I don't know of anybody, and I'm pretty sure no one in our group knows of anybody who really knows the effect of fracking on the Rocky Mountain Arsenal. What effect will happen, or what the effect will be on the toxins underneath the ground, what will happen to the toxins that are embedded in the soil above ground. That is a key component that we really want to integrate into this process, which we haven't even begun to touch on as of yet. We are a vibrant community. We need, we deserve regulations that are thoughtfully put together, not haphazardly hammered out in 2 weeks. We realize the immense pressure placed on you as representatives of our city and what approving a 6-month moratorium means, what that opens us up to, and we thank you in advance for your willingness to take that on. Third and lastly, in light of our location and proximity to the arsenal, in light of all of the unanswered questions, in light of what is at stake, and in light of what we stand to lose, we urge each and every one of you to vote yes and approve this ordinance next Monday. Thank you.
Mr. Douglas.
Brian, is that something we can get on the agenda next week?
We actually have second readings scheduled for January 23rd because there's no city council meeting next Monday.
Next Monday is Martin Luther King's holiday, so there's no meeting scheduled.
Okay. What does that mean in terms of our 30-day agreement?
Jason, I'm going to defer to Jason's, and Steve have been the two that we put on the commission to work with the residents up north and the fracking issues, and I think Jason's probably the one up here that should be answering that question.
The ordinance, or the current agreement to stand down, as we heard, was a 30-day window that was granted the Monday prior to Christmas. Monday the 23rd, or the Monday following Martin Luther King Day holiday, would put us squarely at that month as far as the city council perspective goes. The subject is open for discussion with the members of the committee. We have been seeing good participation from them. In fact, we received proactive updates from them today following on the development at the Custee site. They actually had some additional work that they have to do and proactively contacted city staff to let us know about that. We will be meeting again this Wednesday, and this is a matter that we will talk about then. We brought up in the discussion this last week about when we would revisit that extension, and so I don't know if Mr. Aker or Mr. McBroom want to add to that, but I believe the fact that this is on the agenda for our next meeting has us within the agreed-upon window that COGCC negotiated.
Now on my own. I believe you're correct, Councilmember McEldowney, as well as we can discuss it with them and get agreement that we can continue to move forward. Our efforts are, I believe, being fruitful. Mr. Gaylor informed me today that the Colorado Oil and Gas Conservation Commission is not going to rule on this well until sometime in March, so I think that gives all of us some additional time to continue these discussions.
And just to that point, that ruling is based on Commerce City's concerns raised regarding that specific site following our designation as a local designee. So I don't know that that's been caught by folks in the updates from the city, but as you heard in past updates, we were not previously defined as a designee, so we didn't get updates from the COGCC. That happened, and in a very timely fashion, that notification was received by the city regarding the well in question, and the city immediately filed its concerns to extend that review window, and as we just heard, that's actually prolonged even further the period of time before they would have permission from COGCC to initiate action. Okay. So whether or not they agree to an extension, it sounds like we've got a by default extension based on the permit review at COGCC based on our complaint.
Okay. We wanted to make sure today, simply because we were under the impression that it was the 19th was the cutoff date for the 30-day stand-down. So as long as everything is good for the 23rd, if that's acceptable, then
Just to echo the comments already made, because of the timeline of the COGCC making a decision, we believe the 23rd is within our 30 days based on essentially the handshake agreement with Hillcorp. Regardless, additional drilling and fracking activities can't be permitted on site until the COGCC acts on their permit, which is still several weeks away.
So within those 30 days is still the guarantee that there will not be any fracking, there will not be any movement on the current well right now or the well that has been permitted, correct?
Again, it's my understanding, and I will defer to others that may be more knowledgeable, no drilling or fracking activities can occur at the Custee site without a permit from the COGCC. And again, it looks as if that permit, because of the city's objections, is several weeks away.
Okay. Yeah, and again, our concern is we're seeing a lot of activity at those wells. We're seeing pumps coming and going. We're seeing things that are happening. We're told that, and Jason had communicated that maybe there was some swabbing or some things of that nature. But the citizens, and again, we're almost 100 strong, and we've got every day people saying there's something happening, there's something going on over there. I think that in terms of our best interest and for us to know that they're adhering to their word, we have to know exactly what they're doing because they are coming and going. There is a lot of activity on both wells, on both sites.
So if I can just speak to that, I think, the very reason to initiate the dialogue with industry was to open that window. Mm-hmm. They, by law, don't have any reason to tell us anything because they have a legal right to do what they will on that property under the auspice of the COGCC permits that they receive for their activity. As a result of the dialogue that we've opened, we've already seen a great evidence of proactive communication now from them. We had staff, as a result of the concerns that were observed over the weekend with equipment being seen on the Custee site, staff on a Sunday reached out to Hillcorp on a Sunday, received a response from them. I think I actually reached out to staff on Saturday. You got an update on Sunday. We were able to get that back in an ad hoc fashion to the community that same weekend. And then we correspondingly received a subsequent update from them just today on additional activity at that site. So I think it's a good sign. Does it mean that we're now great friends and we're going to be, in perfect harmony? Not necessarily, but it is a good indication that at least that dialogue is open. I don't know what more to say on that. I think from a communication perspective, my hope, and I believe Mr. Douglas shares this, is that through the committee, one of the things that we're trying to do is assemble as many of the questions, concerns, et cetera, that we can, and the answers that come back, whether it be from industry, from COGCC, from our environmental liaisons. And the committee discussed last week the fact that we want to be able to bring in, whether it's an ad hoc capacity or whether we need to expand the composition of that committee, other experts, be they from the refuge, from the environmental domain, what have you. And we made quite clear during the meetings last week that we've set a 4-week window to begin these discussions. That doesn't necessarily mean that that's the end of the discussions. We will continue on a week-by-week basis to determine what needs to be discussed further. Are there needs for breakout meetings with just the community and the city? Are there meetings that are necessary with just our legal staff and COGCC? The committee, I believe, will persist as long as is necessary to get to the right point for the community. Ultimately, one of the primary objectives for us is to come out of that committee with a set of recommendations that can come back to the council for adoption. Whether or not we come to a point through this process where we determine as a council that a moratorium is the right thing to do, then that's, I think, what this council will do. But we have to get to a point where we have the sense that that's the only action. But again, that will be a decision of the entire council, and so our duty now is to further this process. And I think more than anything, because to your point, there are a number of people that want to know what's going on. So again, the city staff, within a matter of, I believe it was 2 weeks of the initial concern raised, formed a new area of content on the city website, and we'll want to see that grow and enhance. We've got I think, a hope to put as many of the resources as we can, the questions and answers out there as we can, so that we don't have the swirl and the confusion. And so if somebody needs to know what's going on, well, let's point them to the same place so that we're all getting and digesting that same information and sharing and circulating that same information. I hope that makes some sense.
That does. And I'm excited, and I don't mean to cut you off, I see your lights on, sorry. Go ahead.
I wanted to add to this statement that's been made, because I think it's crucial for everyone to know this, is that as long as there's a cooperative dialogue going on, there's a voluntary moratorium that's in effect. So they can't be talking to us on the one hand and on the other hand go out there and start a fracking operation. That's not in the books. That's not the way it's going to happen. So as long as they're cooperating with the dialogue, then any legal moratorium that we attempt to impose by ordinance is really kind of a moot issue. As long as they agree to the moratorium, we have a moratorium in effect. And that moratorium would stay in effect as long as the dialogue is taking place. I think I accurately state the council's position on that.
Yeah. Thanks,
Okay.
Bob.
Thank you.
Mr. Benson?
Yes, thank you. I'm certainly inclined to vote for a moratorium, but I want to ask Mr. Gaylor, when the voluntary moratorium is over and we pass our moratorium, is it going to be enforceable?
That's the issue that the court's going to have to decide, and that's why the city is in a much better position if we have a, shall we refer to it as a voluntary moratorium rather than us impose it and then have a court say you can't legally do that. So that's why it's to our benefit to have a voluntary moratorium in effect rather than to push the envelope, so to speak, and then have it end up in court, and then we don't have a moratorium. So that's an issue, but we're not alone in this. As you probably know, there are other cities that in Colorado that are facing this same dilemma, and there's going to come a time, and I think in the very near future, that one of these cities is going to end up in court to have this issue resolved. And I'm hoping and expecting that Commerce City can be handling this in a manner that we're not the front runners in the court system. We'll see how it plays out, but we've always got that card to play if we have to.
Right.
Because I'm going to predict that if we pass the moratorium, and I think that we should, they're going to violate it within about 3 or 4 days, and we're going to have a decision to make. Do we want to wait on some other city? Do we want to be the front runner, or what? That's the way I think it's going to happen. And the sooner somebody gets it into court, the sooner we're going to have a decision about how far we can go. And I think we've had a lot of discussion about state preemption and how far a city can go in not necessarily, I don't know whether you want to call it regulation, but in, I guess, impact fees and other things like that. There are certain things that we are not going to be able to regulate, period, unless state law changes. I've encouraged a lot of people to write to their legislators because they're the ones that make state law. But we're bound by that. Like I said, I'm inclined to vote for the moratorium regardless of what happens to it. Let's let a court decide whether it's binding or not. Thank you.
Mr. Douglas.
Yes, last week we had the meeting, and I felt that from what we discussed back on the 19th, we did ask staff to put this together, but after Jim's meeting, so we were a little hasty in proceeding at the first meeting. We did make it functional at the meeting last week, but I still feel there's a lot of holes that are unanswered, and by having these next 4 meetings and all, it's going to help, but I think we need to send a message because for City Council, we are the voice for the voiceless, and for the people who don't have the opportunity to come here and speak and be concerned, we need to set the stage for our city because our city is unique. We have the Arsenal, the northern area is made up of pretty much residential. We have single lane highways, roads up there. So our city really is not at the time built to have those kind of operations come through our city. Things change in our city. We need to amend some of these ordinances we have or make new ones that are going to take care of this drilling issue. And we have annexed so much land here in Commerce City that, where can we or cannot set borders and guidelines because we have a huge amount of work ahead of us because this is a new issue. This is not the dog track. This is just not the oil refineries. Those things are already here. Trying to figure out where we're going to be when we grow up. We're here right now. So as far as the city, so I'm on board with Jim as far as a moratorium. And we're not saying that we don't want them here. We're just saying that since our city is so unique, in light of economic shutdown, people are forced to stay where they're at. And we have to protect our citizens. And, that's why we have a group here. That's why I was elected. And everyone here, there's no one here that was appointed. We're all were elected. So we need to serve the people. The people come first. So we need to let the oil representatives understand that, and in good taste that we want to do things right. And if they want to do business here in Commerce City, let's do the right thing, and let's put the citizens first. So I would be for the moratorium based on there's just too many holes, and just get things right. And it's a matter of time because saying a 6 months moratorium, if we can get things done, sooner than later, that's great. But it just sends a message saying that we're serious here. So, thank you.
Mr. Benson.
One other thing I'd like to point out is that the moratorium only will apply to that property which is within the city limits of Commerce City. We have a lot of little vacant land enclaves that this moratorium will not apply to. These land use regulations will not apply to it. right in the middle of our city. But until we annex them, it's not going to have any application to that. We're going to have about land use, oil and gas land use regs that are about this long at the county level. That's what's going to apply to those areas, not our regulations. So I don't know what to do about that, but.
Mr. McEldowney.
So, I'll just remind folks that the moratorium is on the docket as a result of my motion to introduce that. It was as a result of our council's support that we have a committee and we've pulled together the necessary players to begin this discussion. I appreciate the sense of urgency, but I need to ask that our citizens trust the council and trust our staff to take us down a path that's going to beget the best possible outcome for our city with the least risk financially. If we've had lots of issues in our history where people raise their eyebrows at how the city handles itself financially, whether or not those are justified concerns. So if we were to find ourselves in a legal battle over this matter and spearheading this as the example city, is that the very best way for us to handle ourselves financially? Some may say yes, some may say no, and we have to balance how we approach this matter. I think to Mr. Benson's point, when we talk about the exposure of those unincorporated areas that we would have no bearing over through our land development code or otherwise, we do have an opportunity to affect the outcome of activity on those properties through the discussions that we're having. We heard from Mr. Neslin in the discussions this last week of a willingness to explore special condition or special permit conditions for areas in our area. Those would not apply uniquely to Commerce City, but there was an understanding based on his presence when the citizens spoke some weeks ago before the holiday, as well as when the citizens spoke at the meeting last week about our concerns with regard to the arsenal. We've had one meeting. We need to have a continuation of those discussions to get to a point where we can give Mr. Neslin a specific request and action and allow him a chance to come back with a finding on that. So I think we've exceeded the scope of a citizens communication discussion, and I would say that for anybody that's interested in this topic, we have a dedicated time slot at the back end of the Oil and Gas Committee meeting for public comment, and we would encourage folks to attend. I believe the objective is to try and have those live on the city streaming feed so that they are available for folks who aren't able to get down here in person. And then those will be available in the city website for replay, and I believe they'll circulate on Channel 8 as well. So I hope there is some small thread of faith that we are going to get to the right place with this.
Right,
even
and I think we have a huge thread of faith, and we have the utmost confidence in you, and we have the utmost confidence in our team. We don't have the utmost confidence based on mounds and mounds and stacks of historical data that says otherwise in terms of the Oil and Gas Commission. That's where we're coming from. Simply, we know where we're coming from. We know what our perspective is. It's about our families. It's about our community. We know where the Oil and Gas Commission, we know where those companies are coming from. We have to be sure that those perspectives are meeting somewhere in the middle. I'm very encouraged, and in fact, I'll be taking the place of Michael Scanlon, and we'll be alternating on that Land Use Committee every week.
Excellent.
Extremely. But again, in closing, I think we hope for the best, but we prepare for the worst.
Absolutely.
And I think that by making sure that we have the opportunity for a moratorium, by making sure that we're protecting our ability to do that, I think it just makes sense. And placing too much trust in certain places may not be such a good idea.
Completely agree.
So
I think Mr. McBroom was trying to get a word in.
Yeah, Mr. McBroom?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was going to make a suggestion. Later on tonight's agenda, we did want the City Council to have a short discussion about the Oil and Gas Land Use Committee, hear an update of last Thursday's meeting, but there is some action the City Council needs to take in appointing 2 council representatives to the Oil and Gas Land Use Committee. We'd like City Council to take a look at the charter this evening to make sure that your direction to the committee is clear. It might make some sense to move that up on the agenda and do that now, since you've already sort of begun to discuss oil and gas issues.
Well, and I think right now it's important while these folks are here, if they may want to leave, that we get it all out now that we have to deal with, especially if they have some children, they might need bedtimes, whatever it may be. We can have the discussion now. I would ask that you please read the response from the Adams County commissioners on our request to have them support our moratorium? Do you have that?
Yes, we do have this week's fracking update that was sent out to you earlier this evening.
Okay.
That is one of the items that's included in the update. The Adams County Commissioners have sent the city a letter that essentially indicates that they do not intend to enact a moratorium within Adams County.
Well, I wanted you to read the letter because it went into why they didn't want to support a moratorium, and just so that the residents and the council are aware that of all the different things that take place here and that are in play. Not only that it's regulated by the state, certain line, if we cross it, we could be in litigation with the state and/or the oil and gas industry. But what we want to go to the extent where we can do the best for our residents with what we have the ability to do. And I wanted you to read that from the commissioners so that they understand it's a battle not only of the residents working with Commerce City to try to get the health and safety and information pieces that are necessary, but we have other governments that we're also trying to get on board, and the county is the next line up. So would you please read that?
Well, I would, just an additional suggestion, procedurally, it might be best to conclude citizen communication.
Okay.
And then amend the agenda to move the review and discussion of the Oil and Gas Land Use Committee up on the agenda.
All right. We'll take care of that right now.
I can review the Adams County letter as.
We'll take care of that right now. I do have 2-3 other people that want to talk at citizen communication up here on the council. As soon as we're finished with the discussions, then I will end citizen communication and we'll go into moving up the Oil and Gas Commission update. Mr. Bullock.
I just wanted to take Mr. McAdowney's request one step further and have council have faith and trust in the rest of council, because we don't want to seem splintered, and I would hate to think that we would have 2 or 3 council members on here going in one direction, and then you have 7 going in another, or 6 going in another direction, and it seems like we have a splintered council. As long as we are proceeding down the road, let's proceed down the road together instead of splintered. Let's have faith and trust in each other.
Okay, now my board's cleared. Mr. Moreno, did you have something you want to say? All right, then let me finish council communication. Mr. McElhenney, you have something else to add? Okay, let me finish up council communication. Thank you so much for coming in this evening. I would like to ask Tracy Snyder. I see you're on here for CMCA.
I am.
Is that a different item other than the
It is.
fracking?
It is.
Okay, I'll call you to the podium now.
Okay, let me grab my notes real
Okay.
quick. It's a dual issue
Okay,
evening
state
for
your
me
name
tonight.
State your name and address
Of
for the
course.
record.
Tracy Snyder, 5991 Newport Street, Commerce City, Colorado, 80022. Mayor and council, I come before you this evening to speak to you about the Colorado Motor Carriers Association. Last week, I met with the motor carriers for the 4th time and was able to have Mayor Ford come along with me, so he was able to sit down with the motor carriers and several of the business owners in Commerce City to discuss a tax issue that's been ongoing for quite some time that continues to be an issue. Since this issue is very complicated, my goal tonight is just to make all of you aware that there is a significant problem. I'm not going to get into the actual tax problem tonight because it's going to take a lot longer than 3 minutes to go through that. But I wanted to let you know that it's become more and more serious as time has gone on, and it's definitely something that needs to be addressed in the immediate future. At this point, there are 78 companies, trucking companies here in Commerce City, so they're one of the largest groups that we have. And there were a couple of them that were looking to do some redevelopment. Janice Haug was going to do some renovation to her place, and she's not going to at this point. She put that on hold, and we have some others that are actually talking about leaving the city because they feel that we have not been able to rectify this problem or come to the table and even have discussions with them about it. So since I have been such a big part of economic development in my past time on council, I recognize the need to go out and bring in new companies to our city, but I think the first thing we need to do is retain the businesses that we already have. So what I'm asking from all of you tonight is I'm going to be getting in touch with each one of you individually, and hopefully with Mayor Ford, we'll be able to move forward with getting some meetings set up with them so that you can all sit down and understand the problem and meet the motor carriers and several of the business owners that are working on this. And I'm happy to help facilitate those meetings and to do anything that I can to help bring this issue up so you guys can all understand what's happening with it. So I would really encourage you to get with the meetings and meet with the motor carriers and understand their issues and see if we can all work together to bring this to a final close before we lose any of these businesses. That's my biggest fear. Anyone have questions for me?
Yeah, I do. Tracy, first of all, thanks for coming in. The meeting last week that you put together was great. I think it was very productive. I had a good opportunity to sit down with these folks and understand what their problems are. I do know that our staff is working on putting something together for council to consider.
Great.
Mr. McBroom, do you want to elaborate on that?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mayor. This item is being scheduled for an executive session on January 23rd, so that city staff and the city attorney can walk through the city's tax policy, review what we understand the motor carrier's concern is, and then outline some alternatives for council to think about.
Perfect. So as you can see, from the staff level, we are moving it forward. If you would like to respond to the motor carriers because you've been so entrenched in the issue, you're more than welcome to let them know. That's the date. We're going to have an executive session.
Okay.
The whole council will sit down with the finance director. We'll go over the situation, and we'll have options on what we can and can't do. And we'll try to get them an answer as soon as possible, and I think that's right in line with what I talked to them and told them that we would be doing.
Yes, and I thank you, Mayor Ford, for coming to the meeting, and I know that they were very appreciative of that as well. And I think that their feeling is they were aware that you were probably going to have an executive session pretty soon, as we discussed. However, I feel like they feel that they're kind of not a part of that process, which obviously they wouldn't be of an executive session, but they really want to have a chance to meet with you all as well and to speak with you, all of you, about the issues themselves so they can explain their side of it as well. So I would just encourage you guys to, be available to do so, and just so you can hear the whole story. It's a pretty complicated tax issue, but I think if everybody works together, we can work it out.
I agree. Thank you for coming in this evening.
Thank you very much. Have a good evening.
You too. Okay, now I will ask if there's a council member prepared to make a motion to move up on the agenda the Oil and Gas Commission update. Mr. Moreno.
Move to amend the agenda for the Oil and Gas Commission update to immediately follow citizen communication.
Okay. Mr. Benson?
Second the motion.
We have a motion and a second to amend the agenda to move forward the Oil and Gas Commission update to this portion. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Motion's carried. Mr. McBroom, you want to take that away for us?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think essentially we have 4 smaller topics we'd like to cover under this agenda item.
Okay.
First, I would like to review for you the letter that we received today from the Adams County Board of Commissioners. That's certainly relevant. Secondly, we'd like to review with City Council the charter that we've developed based on Council's direction for the creation of the Oil and Gas Land Use Committee. As part of that, it's necessary for City Council to select 2 representatives to serve as council representatives on Oil and Gas Land Use Committee. We also have that we sent out to you earlier and we'll be posting on the website our this week's fracking update, and we think there are some particular things in the update that are worth highlighting during the meeting tonight. So with that, let me proceed with, at the mayor's request, let me read to you the letter rather that we received from the Adams County Board.
Go ahead.
The letter is dated January 9th. It's addressed to Mayor Sean Ford. It says, "We understand that Commerce City is considering a moratorium on hydraulic fracturing within the city's boundaries. Adams County respects and honors the tradition of local control in the state of Colorado. Adams County also understands the challenges intrinsic to balancing economic development and the impacts of industrial activities within residential areas. In our review of this issue and recent correspondence from the State Attorney General's office, we believe the state of Colorado operationally preempts local control in the regulation of oil and gas activities. Adams County will work collaboratively with the Colorado Oil and Gas Conservation Commission to address local issues or concerns. Consequently, we will not join your moratorium on hydraulic fracturing. Adams County recognizes and respects the fact that many residents in the county are concerned about hydraulic fracturing and other associated oil and gas activities. As you have acknowledged, we have recently established new notification procedures for surrounding property owners when the COGCC contacts us regarding proposed oil and gas activities. We appreciate Commerce City's efforts to address the important concerns of our residents on these matters, and we look forward to working with the city and the COGCC to better inform and protect our community. And it's signed by all three county commissioners.
Thanks, Brian.
The next item we wanted to review with council is the charter, which is essentially a document that we've put together based on the direction we received from council to create the Oil and Gas Land Use Committee. It's a simple one-page document, but it includes in it the composition of the committee. It includes a timeline, and probably most importantly, it includes what we understood to be the council's direction with respect to the purpose or the direction, the charge, if you will, that you're assigning to the Oil and Gas Land Use Committee. That's a little bit hard to read. I hope everybody can see it. But in the top left, again, we have the purpose. Again, this is council's opportunity to provide direction to the Land Use Committee. Since this committee has been created by the City Council, it's appropriate that you provide the committee some direction. And these are the items that we identified and culled from the previous discussion. It says, first, promote dialogue among interested parties. Secondly, study the impacts of and assess the risks of oil and gas development within the city. Next, determine if and what changes to the city's land use development code are needed. And finally, provide a written recommendation to City Council for consideration in their deliberations on Ordinance 1880. I think not only would you be looking for direction on Ordinance 1880, but again, any recommendations on appropriate changes to the city's land development code. We created an initial 30-day timeline to try and get a good amount of activity done as quickly as possible, but I also understand and appreciate that because of the work you've asked this committee to do, it very well could take longer than 30 days. In terms of the composition, we initially created a committee that included 3 resident representatives, 2 representatives from related interest groups, a representative from the COGCC, 2 council members, and then 3 representatives from the oil and gas industry. Again, that was, we tried to move very quickly based on direction December 19th, so we wanted to bring that back tonight. And with respect to the entire charter here, hear any feedback you might have, any consensus council might have on how to amend this, so that, again, you're able to provide very clear direction to the Oil and Gas Land Use Committee, and also so that the composition meets City Council's needs. So with that, on this particular document, I would be interested in any feedback council has, any modifications you might like us to make.
Any questions or concerns of council on the charter, the purpose, the composition, before we get into nominations for the to-be-named council members? Mr. Benson?
Yes, this is something I brought up at the meeting last Thursday. The council is going to vote on 2 people to be the voting members. I would like to see the entire city council named as ex officio members of this committee, so that anybody on this council can go and sit at the table and take part in the discussion, not vote on things like the 2 members would, but just that any of us are ex officio members of that committee. So we have an official standing at the meetings.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Benson. Councilwoman Carson.
I've got a question. I don't understand, or I don't know how the 3 seats were filled for residents. Was that driven by the residents, or was that driven by the city?
It's my understanding that the resident group that had been meeting in the Reunion neighborhood self-selected the 3 representatives.
Okay. And then I think I heard Ms. Bacon say that she would be replacing Mr. Scallion?
Alternating with is what I heard.
Alternating with. The only thing that I would say to you as a group is I would urge you to be very consistent. There's a lot of, I attended the last meeting just in the audience. There's a lot of information that's given there. I'm not sure that I feel that you are serving your own best needs if you don't fill all 3 of those seats every single week with the same body to report back. And I encourage everybody else to sit in the audience, because we streamed that online, am I not correct? Or to watch it there. But right now it's been scheduled for 4 meetings. And so if you miss one meeting, you've missed 25% of the meetings, which you've missed 25% of the information that took place. So you guys are free to do however you choose. But like I said, there was a lot of information that was given out there. So I would encourage you to come up with a team of 3 that is highly committed to be there so that they can represent your needs and pass the information back to you.
Mr. McEldowney.
As we talked about last week, and as I talked with staff about offline, and I believe I had Mr. Douglas in copy on my note, one of the things I think we wanted to talk about was extending or expanding the membership of the committee itself. I know one area of concern folks had was industry balance versus whether it be scientific or health and welfare representation. And so I had put forth the idea of whether or not we get somebody from the refuge specifically, from Tri-County Health, someone from an educational and professional background that can add perspective. And certainly with the individuals that we have from the environmental space on the committee now, with their years of service for the EPA and in other private practice, they bring an exceptional perspective to the committee. But I think the thought of having an additional voice to help provide that constant presence, especially given the refuge, the unique nature of the refuge in our community. Separate and I think distinct from permanent seat at that committee is the sense that the composition of the committee or those in attendance on any given week may change based on the discussion in advance of that meeting for an agenda. So if we think about council meetings where we bring folks forward from a study perspective, the conversation last week involved, do we invite certain individuals in to talk about a certain area of expertise, rather than providing them a seat at in the committee, bringing them in, whether it's once or twice, to help provide additional information, additional perspective. And so I would just put to council your thoughts on composition of the committee. I think to Ms. Carson's point, having the same people there consistently is important. Having the additional expertise to make sure that we're making solid, fact-based decisions, I think, is another, if not more critical factor. So I don't know if staff, through our years of experience of partnering with the folks out on the refuge, we have some ideas of folks that would be a good point of contact, whether that's Tri-County or whoever that might be. But I'd love to hear from staff on that point and then get council's thoughts on that same point.
I'm going to ask Mr. Aker to comment on possible names of folks that might be suitable, but let me ask a clarifying question. Would it be your intent that this refuge representative be a member of the committee or an advisor to? I wasn't clear.
when I think about like a tri-county perspective or someone with that expertise to speak on behalf, from an authoritative perspective on behalf of the refuge, I think they're a very valid stakeholder. They are a key piece, a cornerstone, if you will, in our community, and it's a central concern that we have about what ramifications this activity might have on them, in addition to the day in, day out life of our community. So I think we would want to look at whether or not we could have them sit on a regular basis. And again, I'm essentially working under the assumption that we're not going to complete the business of this committee in a 4-week period of time, given the depth of discussion and analysis that's going to have to happen to sort out the land development code. So, this is going to be an ongoing dialogue in my mind.
Mayor and council members, I have had discussions with Charlie Sharman at the refuge. He's at least been willing to come and speak to the committee and participate on an as-need basis. I have not had the discussion if he would be the appropriate person to sit on the committee. I can definitely do that if that is council's desire. Also, there's a couple of folks from Tri-County Health that could come in as needed, and as the committee, and we've discussed previously, South Adams County Water is willing to come in and provide expertise as needed as well.
I would like to add that I think, I've already asked the staff to contact Tri-County with regards to the plume that we had from the environmental impact on our water supply with the arsenal years ago. And I think Mr. Ken Conright would probably be a great resource. And the staff has been asking me to try to help with who would be a good facilitator, so that it's not someone from the oil and gas and not someone from our council, and that we get somebody to facilitate this from an outside, non-biased perspective. And after sitting here listening to the dialogue this evening, I would think Mr. Ken Conright would probably be a very good person to approach on facilitating that from his expertise on the outside, not having a bias on oil and gas, and it might be something that the council would like the staff to pursue from a facilitator standpoint as well.
Mayor, I have had discussions with Mr. Conright regarding the plume map and with Charlie Sharman, and they are preparing one that can be put up on the website, also along with some fact sheet from the refuge regarding the activities out at the arsenal, which they anticipate should be done sometime this week.
Good. Brian?
On the issue of having an outside facilitator, we do believe that that's a very good approach. Mr. McEldowney, as I understand, did an excellent job the other night facilitating the meeting, but there may be some benefits, as the mayor's indicated, having somebody outside of the immediate situation who may have some experience facilitating challenging issues to just help walk the group through a constructive process. If council doesn't object, we will proceed on your behalf and try to identify appropriate folks who might be able to facilitate the meetings.
Great. Thanks, Brian. Mr. Councilman Douglas.
Yes, I agree by having different folks from the industry come in and speak and on the topic, especially maybe having someone coming from the U.S. Army or the oil shell company come and talk about what was on the arsenal as far as the cleanup, Tetra Tech. I know they're leaving Commerce City, but some representative that could come in and speak on what was done in the cleanup and what area and all that. And then the group. I know the group, the C3 Land Committee, the residents, they had some suggestions too about having some certain groups at the table, just to kind of balance things out. That would help as well as we go on. And as far as, looking at the, what was up here as far as the 30 days, could you put that map back up there for me? Or what you had there for us?
There, is that it, Steve, what you wanted?
Okay. Well, it wasn't there before. As far as the timeline goes, this is a 30-day timeline. Is there a way we could put together like 60 days, 90 days, 120 days, just to see what that, because as far as pushing out this discussion and all that, just to show a schedule, what we have here, and how things could line up down the road, because there's many questions to be answered, a lot of experts coming in, and then just the time involved to make sure we cover every single line as far as, answering all the questions and make us better in knowing what's going on, because, as we know, Colorado, this is a huge oil field here in the state, and it's coming here, and we need to be prepared for that. So let's not miss the opportunity.
Okay, Councilwoman Benson, or Councilman Benson, then Ms. Carson. Councilman Benson, the lights keep going away. Says trying to keep track. Go ahead, Jim. I wasn't trying to make an innuendo there.
I think my light stayed on for some reason.
Okay, Councilwoman Carson.
Just to add into that, I don't want to see this committee get so large you can't get anything done, because that's what happens with committees if you put too many seats there. But I certainly am in favor if we could get a representative from the Arsenal, a representative from Tri-County, to make those as permanent seats if they would be so willing to do so. As far as this being 4 weeks, I guess it all depends on how well we all work together, because this issue, I don't believe any of us sitting up here believe is going away in 4 weeks. So as long as there is an issue of fracking in this city, it would be wonderful to keep this committee together to meet on an as-needed basis. So, it is what I see now as a commitment that you were making to this committee, that whatever it is that you're willing, whether it is just 4 weeks, it could be one more week if communications break down on a committee such as this. I've seen them disband immediately. I want to also add that Mr. McEldowney did an excellent job facilitating. I can't tell you that I am truly in belief that we should have an outside facilitator. I will say that Mr. McEldowney has the skills to facilitate, probably better than most of us sitting up here on council. I did like the idea that Commerce City was facilitating it, because it left a little bit of the understanding that we are still in control of some of what's going on, and that this isn't just a committee and everybody has equal buy-in, that Commerce City Council is still taking the lead role in this. And I did get very much a feeling of that with Mr. McEldowney at the helm facilitating it. So that's the reason why I'm not so sure that I would completely support an outside facilitator, depending on who it is that council puts in that seat. Like I said, and it's not to take anything away from my fellow council members, but I'm pretty sure those that know most of us know that some are more skilled than others on this council at facilitating. It's a hard job to facilitate a meeting such as that. So before we decide on outside facilitation, I guess I would like to see council decide on who the members from council are going to be that sit on that.
I would agree with you, Councilwoman Carson, and the only reason it was brought to my attention to look at an outside facilitator was from a legal perspective when it comes to the outcome of this committee, so that our council is not personally held accountable for trying to sway the meeting one way or the other. So that's the reason the staff brought it to me, for that reason. And I think Jason does a great job. I would never say that he didn't. Mr. Moreno.
Just quickly on the mayor's recommendation, Ken Contwright with Tri-County also has experience on the Adams County Planning Commission, and that's why I think he'd be a great person in that role. And regarding Councilwoman Carson's suggestion, I don't know how Councilman McEldowney would feel, but if he would forego being one of the council-appointed representatives and open himself up to facilitation, I think that could be a really great role, but I don't want to take that away from Councilman McEldowney if he wants to serve as a voting member.
Mr. McAdowney, how do you feel about that?
I want to thank Ms. Carson for the kind words. I really appreciate that. This is a subject that I'm deeply passionate about, and it was an honor to be able to facilitate the first session. I would be open to doing so. I think stepping out of the active role and having to put some of my opinions in my back pocket is always a challenge, but I'm open to that if that's council's wish.
Okay. Mr. Douglas?
I think, Jason, you did a good job facilitating the meeting last week, but my initial, when I saw this as far as committee forming, the way it did, Tom Akers was supposed to be the facilitator, and I was surprised that Jason was in that role of facilitating. I wasn't aware of that. I think as far as councils, I don't want to put ourselves in that position where we feel like, because we're representing the citizens, and the citizens look at this and we're facilitating, but we're supposed to be on the side of the citizens, and it could look like we're on the side of oil companies. So we really need to look at this and really position ourselves so we take ourselves out of that role and look at both sides, because this is something that's, when we make a vote, which way we go with this and down the road, this is a vision that we're going to have to look at what things are going to be in 15 or 20 years while having some operation either around the city. We don't know what this is going to, our determination is going to be. But as council members, saying take ourselves out of that role. If it's not an outside person, it should be somebody's staff, because the time it takes for other things to go on, staff has more time to do that than a council member does. So let's really think about that. Let's not put ourselves in that role, because we weren't elected as staff members. We were elected as city council members.
Mr. McEldowney.
I appreciate that. I think that Commerce City has a weak history in regard to use of committees to drive policy. If we look at Denver, we look at major metropolitan areas all over the U.S., you find council members chairing committees to lead policy discussion and bring those findings back to the full council for ultimate decision. So this is not an oddity to have council lead this. And I think, to Ms. Carson's point, it sends a very clear message that it's an important subject to council. I think, with all due respect to staff is there in a supportive role for the council. It's the council's committee, it's the council's outcome, it's the council's decision-making process, and I think it's an awkward position to put a staff member in to ask them to facilitate and referee potentially a challenging discussion. That we need to be leaders and adults and demonstrate an ability to sit in that position, listen to both sides of the subject matter, weigh in with opinions with passion but decorum, and move the discussion forward. We don't have to agree with them, we don't have to trust them, but we have to approach it in a professional manner. If the council wishes to bring in a third party, I think that is a fine option. I don't agree with having staff forced into that position. I think staff needs to play an active and participative role and supportive role in helping develop resources, materials, or preparation as appropriate. But it's really my opinion that it should either be a council member leading the committee or a third party.
Mr. Douglas.
And I will take you up on that outside party. Thanks.
Mr. Bullock.
I just agree with what Jason said, because as council members, it is our job to lead and direct, because that's what we're elected to do. And I can never speak for how much time staff has to do anything, because then I don't know what staff's time, how it's divided. But when I asked Jason if he has the time or if he'd be willing to do it, and he says okay, it not only alleviates one problem, it alleviates two. And so I think that Jason would be an excellent facilitator.
Okay, seeing no one else on my list to call from, would the council at this time like to take up the opportunity of placing forth a motion to either get an outside mediator, facilitator, allow Jason to step off or not to be considered as one of the members of the committee to be a facilitator on our end? What are the likings of council? Mr. Moreno?
I move for the council to consider the addition of 2 positions, one with experience with the Rocky Mountain Arsenal and the history there, the other with Tri-County Health, and that we appoint Mr. McEldowney as the facilitator of the Oil and Gas Land Use Review Committee.
And part of that motion, so that we don't forget Mr. Benson, the executive committee be ex officio for the council?
And included in that motion that all council members are welcome, actually probably with the exception of Councilman McEldowney, given if this motion passes, that they will serve as ex officio members and be welcome to participate in the committee.
Okay. I have a motion. Mr. Douglas?
But Brian has a clarification.
Brian, do you want to say something?
Just a clarifying question. Was it your intent to include in the motion who the council representatives would be on the committee, or handle that by separate motion?
I think we need to handle this and handle that separately so we can take nominations. Mr. Douglas?
You know, I thought we already agreed as council who was going to be the 2 members on that committee. We did that back in the 19th.
When I wasn't here?
Yes, we did.
We did not choose the members of that committee.
Renee, click your mic.
Yeah, we can't hear you, Renee. If you're going to speak, please.
We chose members that are going to act in the interests of you and Jason, but that was not the members of this committee. This members of this committee had not yet been determined.
Mr. Douglas, you still have the floor if you'd like.
I'll hold my comment.
Okay. Mr. Bullock, anything further?
I'll second Mr. Marino's motion.
Okay. Mr. Benson?
I was going to second it, but I'll third it.
All right, we have a third. We have a motion. I'm not going to try to think about exactly how he worded it. We have a motion on the floor that takes up most of the stuff other than the 2 members that will look for appointment to this, and a second and a third. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay.
Nay.
Let the record show we have 1 nay, and that the motion has carried. Now, I will ask the council if they have recommendations of which members, or maybe it's better to say who on this council has an interest of serving in that capacity so we can narrow it down. Councilwoman Carson.
Mr. Douglas and council, correct me if I'm incorrect. I think you're getting confused. I think this council, it was the ad hoc committee that was meeting in Reunion that we appointed you and Mr. McEldowney as the representatives to, not to this. And so when this committee came, I think that Mr. McEldowney pushed us a little ahead and said, since this is coming and we haven't had a council meeting, would it be okay by council if the 2 of us who council appointed to be the ones at those meetings so that we were not breaking any laws would be the ones serving in this capacity for that 1 week only. That's my understanding, and I can see by the shaking of heads that that's the understanding of what council did on that night.
Mr. Bullock.
Her memory is correct.
Mr. Douglas.
Yes, I understand that. And based on starting of this group and being the council, the 2 council members are appointed to that, I would think it only would be suited to bring those 2 council members forward on this because we have more time involved in this than most of the council members.
And that may very well be the end result, Steve. We don't know yet until we know who has interest of serving and that the council can make a decision on who those members will be. It could very well be you and Jason. We don't know yet. So I don't think anybody's discounting that at this point. Now I'll ask again.
I have an interest of serving.
Please, on the council, who has an interest of serving in a capacity on this committee?
I do.
Councilman Bullock. Mr. Douglas.
I do.
Mr. McEldowney will not be serving on it, as because we just passed a motion to allow him to be the facilitator. Is there anyone else on this council that has an interest of serving in that capacity on this committee? We just voted that you're an ex officio, and so you don't have to be. So I have two people that have an interest in serving on this committee in that capacity. Mr. Moreno.
If there are no further nominations, I move to accept the two council members by acclamation.
Is there a second to that? Second. I have a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, Mr. Douglas, you and Mr. Bullock will be the members of that committee. Mr. McEldowney will be facilitating it. Mr. Benson will be joining you as an ex officio member, as well any of the other council members that are interested. Mr. Attorney.
I just want from hearing the discussion with the council, the ex officio members should be present without vote.
Correct.
Okay, minutes should reflect that.
Okay.
Thanks.
Correct. Any of the council members can go participate, but the voting members would be Mr. Bullock and Mr. Douglas. Okay. Is there any further discussion on the oil and gas commission stuff? Brian?
If there's no more discussion on the Oil and Gas Land Use Committee, we did want to take this time to review what we think are the highlights in this week's fracking update, and then also if Mr. McEldowney or Mr. Douglas would be so inclined to provide an brief update of last week's initial Oil and Gas Land Use Committee meeting.
Okay. Mr. McEldowney, would you, as the facilitator now, like to update us?
I would actually ask that we move any of the remaining discussion to the end of the agenda. We have folks here from RTD and for public hearings that I think have been quite patient with us in adjusting the agenda. So with council's permission, I would so move that any further discussion regarding this subject be moved to administrative council business at the bottom of the agenda.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion, a second, to have any other discussion take place during council communication at the end of the meeting. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Motion's carried. Let's get into the minutes. Tonight we have 3 sets of minutes for approval. We'll vote by voice on each set separately since Councilwoman Carson was absent from the November 28th meeting. I'll need a motion and a second to allow her to abstain from voting on those minutes. What are the desires of council? Mr. Bullock.
I move to let Councilman abstain from voting on the minutes of November 28th.
Okay. Mr. Moreno.
Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion's carried. JD will be not participating on the vote for the November 28th minutes. You want to give me a motion on bringing forward the minutes, Mr. McEldowney?
Move to approve the minutes for November 14, 2011.
Mr. Moreno?
Second the motion.
A motion and a second. Take care of the minutes of the 14th. Is that right, correct, 14th?
Yes, sir.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Next set of minutes, Mr. Moreno?
Move to approve the meeting minutes of November 28th, 2011.
Okay, thank you. Mr. McEldowney?
Second.
A motion is second to take care of the minutes on November 28th. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Motion's carried. One more, Mr. Moreno.
Move to approve the meeting minutes of December 5th, 2011.
Okay. Mr. Bullock.
Second that motion.
Motion is second to take care of minutes of what, December 5th?
Yes.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion's approved. The minutes have been taken care of. There are 4 items on the consent agenda this evening. If anyone on council wishes to further discuss or vote separately on any consent agenda item, they can ask to remove that item off of the consent agenda. Does anyone wish to remove any items off the consent agenda? If not, I am open for a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented. Mr. Moreno.
Yes, I'd like to remove Resolution 2012-02 and Ordinance 1878.
Okay. Say those again for me, please.
Removal of Resolution 2012-02 and Ordinance 1878. I just have a brief question regarding both of those.
Okay. Is there a second to remove?
Mr. Mayor, you don't need a motion to remove.
Don't need, okay, so we can remove those, that's fine. Those are now removed. Let's take up the other two items on the consent agenda. Mr. Moreno.
Move to approve the consent agenda as amended.
Thank you. Mr. Bullock.
Second that motion.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to approve the consent agenda. City Attorney, please read the title.
Title of Resolution 2012-02, resolution approving the...
That was taken off.
I'm sorry.
2012's gone.
Resolution, next one would be Ordinance 1877 then. An ordinance amending Section 11-23, parens 7 of the Commerce City Revised Municipal Code regarding use of red light cameras. Next one would be Ordinance 1879, an ordinance amending the 2012 budget of the City of Commerce City, Colorado by the recognition of the banked 2010 and 2011 Adams County Community Development Block Grants in the amount of $344,866 to be used for the parking lot renovation at Fairfax Park and the authorization of the expenditure thereof. And that concludes the consent agenda, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Is there any discussion? Mr. McEldowney?
Sorry, that was from a prior
Okay.
item.
Seeing no one else, I will ask for a roll call vote on the consent agenda. Let the record reflect the consent agenda has been approved unanimously. Now let's take up Resolution 2012-02. Mr. Moreno?
I'll go ahead and move to approve and then save my question for discussion.
Okay.
Move to approve Resolution 2012-02.
Okay. Mr. McEldowney?
Second.
Motion and a second to approve Resolution 2012-02. Mr. Attorney, read the title.
Title reads, Resolution Approving the Adoption of the Employee Policies as a Replacement of the Policies Contained in the Employee Handbook and the Employee Guidelines.
Thank you. Now we'll have discussion. Mr. McEldowney?
That was
No
from my
discussion?
second.
Mr. Moreno?
This is a question I asked to Councilman McEldowney just before we came into the meeting. With the employee policies as they're drafted, do we offer, nowadays, both the mother and father are working, do we offer paternal leave if a family has a child?
Absolutely. Under the Family Medical Leave Act, paternity leave is covered under there as well.
Great. I didn't see it under, it didn't have its own section, so I was just curious.
It doesn't have its own section,
Okay.
yeah.
Great. And Ms. Stevens, just want to say thank you for working on this document with both of our collective bargaining units. I know that they really appreciated the outreach.
It was my pleasure. Thanks.
Stay up there for a second, please. Ms. Stevens, is there any other discussion? Seeing none, I had an employee contact me. They only had one concern, and they didn't know where it fell into because it's not in there anymore. It's just not talked about. But in the old employee handbook, there was a section that allowed the city manager the opportunity to grant severance on a person leaving the city, and they noticed that piece was taken out of there. I told them that I would ask about it this evening.
It's always been a practice that the city manager could grant severance, and lots of times it's been kind of I don't know that it was ever in the policies. I'd have to relook at them.
Yeah, they actually read it to me out of the
They
old
did.
policy book, and I said, just because it's not in there doesn't mean that they can't do it, but he was concerned that that was one of the changes, and it was the only change he had a concern with.
The city manager still has that flexibility. It's just not written in the policies necessarily.
Great,
But
I'm glad. At least I asked, and it's on record, and they have their answer. I also want to thank you. I know there were some immediate issues going forward with ASME and the FOP, and from my understanding, those issues were all taken care of?
They are. There's one small change, and so I'm glad we took it off of the consent agenda. There's one small change that got added today, and that is on the right to investigate, the investigatory rights policy, and we changed that. We extended that for employees have up to 60 minutes to get their representative here, as opposed to 30 minutes. So we did make that change at the request of the unions.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you very much. It's the
You're
only thing I
welcome.
had. Seeing no one else. Okay, I have a motion and a second. We've done with discussion. Mr. Attorney.
I already read that.
2012-02 resolution? It's all done? Then we'll take a roll call vote.
On resolutions, you can do a voice vote.
Then let's do that since it's not part of the consent agenda anymore. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Motion's carried. Now let's do the ordinance. Mr. Moreno.
Move to approve ordinance 1878 on, well, I'll just leave it at that.
Okay. Mr. McEldowney.
Second.
Motion and a second. Now, Mr. Attorney, you can read the title.
Title reads, an ordinance amending Chapter 20 of the Code of Ordinances of the City of Commerce City, Colorado by adding Article 10, which imposes a sales tax of 7% in addition to the existing 3.5% sales tax on the gross taxable amount paid or charged for purchasing or acquiring marijuana, marijuana paraphernalia, marijuana-infused products, and synthetic marijuana products effective February 1, 2012, with the proceeds from such tax to be used for the promotion of public safety and providing for the collection of said tax and related provisions.
Thank you. We'll go into discussion. I have Mr. McEldowney's lights on.
Yes, it's a question that I had meant to ask when we talked about this on first reading, and I failed to do so. We referenced synthetic marijuana products in here, and there has been a lot in the press as of late about synthetic marijuana and the fact that it is horribly dangerous, chemicals that are just beyond bad. I would actually suggest that we, whether at present or if council would be open to a friendly amendment, I would actually ask that we remove reference to synthetic marijuana, unless the intent here is to talk about this in reference to marijuana, medical marijuana derivatives, in other words, food products, et cetera, that are used for medical marijuana purposes, and maybe the attorney can give us clarification.
Here's my suggestion in that regard. This ordinance is strictly a taxing ordinance. If there's going to be a license or authorization for the sale of or the transfer of marijuana, you said synthetic marijuana products, that's going to take a separate type of action to even authorize that.
Okay, great.
So what this ordinance does is that if subsequently it is authorized, the tax applies.
Taxation is-
If it's never authorized, then of course that tax issue is just a moot question.
Great.
So
So we could deal with legality of that locally on a separate...
at the time, right.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Bullock.
I may be a little confused, and I might have overlooked this, but for some strange reason, I thought that when we first promoted this tax, the proceeds from it were going to be used not only for public safety, but for recreation also. Because I remember a reference to the fact that it was a recreational drug, and it should be used to support our recreational units in the city, like help pay for rec centers and stuff like that, as long as, but it may be something I missed or it went over me and I forgot. Okay, if anybody has any memory of it, can they?
With your permission, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. McEldowney, go right ahead.
We did talk about that. I think there were a couple cute names that we came up with, even in the discussion, green for green, as in parks, et cetera, but that didn't make the final ballot language. And so the allocation was directed solely to the law
Public
enforcement.
safety.
Public safety, yep.
Okay.
See, that's the key. If it's not in the ballot language, the vote didn't authorize that, so we're not in a position to be changing that at this point.
Thank you. Mr. Moreno.
Mr. Gaylor, the question I had was regarding the actual, where the tax revenues from medical marijuana products will be delivered. In the ordinance, it says that only the additional 7% sales tax will actually go to public safety. The 3.5% sales tax that we normally collect on various items throughout the city will go into the general fund. Is that correct?
That is correct, because that 3.5% sales tax is just like any other sales tax in the city that goes into the general fund. Now, when you do your budget approval, then you can allocate as you see fit out of that general fund. But this ballot language specifically provided that the 7% had to go for public safety, and you couldn't change that by your budget process.
Understood. Thank you.
Okay. Councilwoman Carson?
Mr. Bullock, I think you're correct, but you just didn't go as far with your memory as you should have, because I think it was stated that the police department would be able to put forward programs for our children to benefit from this money. So the Parks and Rec would be benefiting, but it would be dispersed under the police. But yes, we did talk about that, and my memory is this council came to the understanding that it would be fine to funnel that money through the police department in programs that the police would put out there for our children to understand this. My next question is and I honestly do not have a clue what synthetic marijuana is. Is this even a legal substance? Because the marijuana we're talking about is medical marijuana, correctly, and that you have to have a prescription to get medical marijuana. Is this something that we have in our city? Is this synthetic marijuana? Yes.
Bear in mind that this ordinance only applies to the tax. Now, whether or not something is legal or later on is declared illegal does not affect this tax, because what this ordinance does is that if something is legal and it's covered by this taxing ordinance, then the tax applies. If later it's determined that something is not legal, and those questions still remain, because as you probably know, the federal government has one set of rules, the state government has another set of rules, so those issues are yet to be decided, but we're just getting ahead of the issues, you might say, from a tax point of view. If, however it turns out, our tax law will apply if something is determined to be legal.
I did understand that. It's just, I guess maybe I should have brought my question up at a different time.
Well, it applies because it's information that the public needs to know. By this ordinance, and I'll restate it again so it's crystal clear, this ordinance is not making anything legal in the city of Commerce City. What it's doing is imposing a tax if something connected with marijuana is determined to be legal.
Okay. All right. Mr. McEldowney.
I'll forward some information offline to the council regarding the synthetic marijuana substance.
Okay. Seeing no one else, discussion is over, and we'll ask for a roll call vote on the ordinance.
Bob, did you read the title?
I read.
Okay, thank you. You ready to begin?
Yep. Let the record show that the motion is carried unanimously by the council. Next item on the agenda, we have 4 cases that require a public hearing tonight. 2 of the cases will be heard together but voted on separately. The other 2 will be heard and voted on separately as well. And I will begin by opening the public hearing for both conditional use permits number CU 8108 82-10-11 and CU 82-08-10-11. Is staff ready to make their presentation?
Mr. Mayor, Jenny Axmaker, city planner, is here to review both of these cases.
Perfect, thank you.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of City Council. The first cases before you tonight are CU 81-08-10-12 and CU 82-08-10-12. Rocky Mountain Recycling is requesting to renew their conditional use permits to continue to operate a salvage yard on site at 6495 and 6541 Brighton Boulevard. Subject site is highlighted on the map here. It's adjacent to Brighton Boulevard to the east. There are residentially zoned properties to the north, industrially zoned properties to the south, as well as one that's public. The subject site is zoned I-3, and the comp plan designates it as generally industrial. And just for some context, for the Rocky Mountain Recycling overall operations, they have a site that they've been using since, I believe, the early 1930s as the Gahagan Scrapyard on the east side of Brighton Boulevard. The sites we're talking about today are on the west side of Brighton Boulevard. This site right here is CU 82, and the site to the south is CU 81. So case history, Rocky Mountain Recycling was originally granted a conditional use permit in 2008 for scrap operations on both of these sites. The CUPs were amended in 2010 to extend the expiration date of the development plan. Condition of the original and amended CUPs stated that these permits would need to be renewed after October 6, 2011. Rocky Mountain Recycling is requesting to renew their conditional use permits to continue their on-site operations of a salvage yard. They're not proposing any significant changes to their operations. What happens on-site are small scales were installed for the buying of non-ferrous scrap, which includes aluminum and copper, the baling of these materials, and then the storage of these bales while they waited for shipment. Here's the site plan. So traffic enters the site here, goes to this covered scale area where materials are unloaded. These materials are then baled to the south, and these bales are stored in these areas, and traffic exits the site to the north. There are existing industrial condos, buildings to the north, and we have a drainage facility right here. Here's an aerial of the site. So these are the industrial condos. This aerial photograph was done before the scale building was constructed, and then here's the baling operation to the south. Here's some photos of the site showing some of the improvements. The Planning Commission felt that the location of this operation is still appropriate, that the Rocky Mountain Recycling has completed significant upgrades to the site, including landscaping, paving, fencing, and installing a canopy, and that they're in compliance with the original conditions of the conditional use permit. On December 7th, 2011, the Planning Commission held a public hearing, took testimony, and voted 5-0 to forward the request to City Council with a favorable recommendation subject to conditions. One of these conditions is that the conditional use permit will expire on January 1st of 2017, and should they wish to continue operations, it would need to be renewed. And staff can answer any questions that council may have at this time.
Okay, thank you. Is the applicant prepared to come forward and add any additional information to testimony?
The applicant's representative, Brian Hennessy, is here to answer any questions as well.
We'll have them come forward first. Good evening. State your name and address for the record, and then add any additional information to the hearing.
Good evening, Brian Hennessy, Rocky Mountain Recycling, 2384 South Josephine Street, Denver is my legal residence. I'm here to answer any questions any members should have.
Okay. Now I'll ask the council, is there anyone that has any comments or questions concerning the conditional use permit for both that I brought forward? Seeing no comments or questions, thank you for stepping forward. You don't have anything else you want to add voluntarily? Here, Mr. Moreno, you have something?
Actually, do just have one item for staff. Ms. Oxmaker, given the proximity of the site to residential use, has there been any issues in the neighborhood about anything of this?
Staff has not received any complaints with the notification process, and as part of the original conditional use permit approval, Rocky Mountain Recycling was required to do an 8-foot-high concrete wall on the northern property line, which seems to be buffering a lot of that.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Is there anyone in the audience who would like to testify in favor of, in opposition to, or for information only concerning these two conditional use permit cases? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Now, what are the desires of council concerning the two conditional use permits? They need to be taken up separately, to keep that in mind.
Mr. Mayor, before you make a motion in that regard, I just want the council to note that both of these cases were originally filed in 2011, and that's why you see, as part of the case number, the last two digits in the cases is 11. And now, since we're hearing it in 2012, those numbers will be changed to 2012.
So per the motion, would you like that to be changed in
Yeah,
part
so
of the
when
motion?
I read it,
Okay.
I'll read the correct case number. So the motion doesn't have to address it, but I'll read it
Okay,
correctly.
perfect.
So.
Council, prepared to make a motion on either of these, or one at a time?
We
correct?
first will need the motion to accept the findings and recommendations of the
Fine.
Planning Commission, and then followed by the motion and second to approve the
Mr.
conditional use
McEldowney?
permit.
That was the motion I was prepared to make. Move to accept the findings of the Planning Commission.
Okay. Mr. Moreno?
Second the motion.
A motion and a second to approve the findings and recommendations of the Planning Commission pursuant to the first one, which is it CU 8108-10-12?
12.
Correct? Okay. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Motion's carried.
And that, for the record, that conditional use permit will be for operation of a scrapyard, case number CU 82-08-10-12. So now we need the motion to
That
approve.
was
the condition.
81-08-10-12, correct?
Right.
All right. The next one will be 82. So I have the findings and recommendations. Now I'll ask the council for a motion considering the conditional use permit.
Do we need to vote first?
The
We have to get a motion in a second, and we'll read the title. Mr. McEldowney?
Move to approve the conditional use permit.
Okay, I've got a motion to approve CU 8108-10-12. Mr. Douglas?
Second.
A motion and a second. Mr. Attorney, read the title.
Title reads, Conditional Use Permit for Operation of a Scrapyard, Case CU 82-08-10-12.
Okay, thank you. I'll ask for a roll call vote. Let the record show it's passed unanimously.
Okay.
Now let's take up CU 8208-10-12 on the Planning Commission recommendations. Mr. Bullock.
So moved.
Mr. McEldowney.
Second.
A motion and a second to approve the findings and recommendations of the Planning Commission concerning conditional use permit 8208-10-12. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Motion's carried. Now I need to get a motion to approve CU 82. Mr. Moreno.
Move to approve conditional use permit number CU-82-08-10-12.
Thank you. Mr. McEldowney.
Second.
A motion and a second. Mr. Attorney, please read the title.
Title reads, Conditional Use Permit for Operation of a Scrapyard, Case CU-82-08-10-12.
Thank you. Ask for a roll call vote. Let the record show it also is approved unanimously by the council. I thank you for coming in this evening. And
They still have one more.
on this one?
They have the
Oh,
next
they're
one,
The next
too.
ones too, okay. Next item, Open another public hearing, CU 8308-12. Ms. Oshmacher?
Honorable Mayor, members of City Council, the next case before you tonight is CU 83-08-12. Rocky Mountain Recycling is requesting to renew their conditional use permit to continue to operate a salvage yard at 3803 East 64th Avenue. It should be noted that this permit is connected to 81, 80, and 82, CUs 81 and 82, but not directly related. The difference is this site is not owned by Rocky Mountain Recycling. They lease a portion of the property from Perfect Patch Asphalt, who operates a contractor's yard on the site. Subject site is located at the corner of Colorado Boulevard and East 64th Avenue. It's zoned I-3. Surrounding property to the north is zoned I-3. To the south, it's zoned I-2, as well as to the west, there's some ag zoning and I-3 to the east. The comp plan designation for this site is general industrial. Case history, the original conditional use permit was granted in 2008 for scrapyard operations, and a condition of this original permit was that it would need to be renewed after October 6, 2011. Rocky Mountain Recycling is requesting to renew their conditional use permit to continue operations on site. They're not proposing any significant changes to their operations. What happens on site is they store metal rebar. It's trucked into the yard, it's cut into pieces, and it's hauled away. They have 2 employees on site and generate about 10 truckloads. And there's 2 track excavators on site. So here's the site plan. This is the portion of the property that Rocky Mountain Recycling leases. Perfect Patch Asphalt operates their contractor shop on this area. So we have Colorado Boulevard here and East 64th Avenue to the south. Here's the aerial. The Planning Commission felt that the location for this use is appropriate for a temporary use only. This permit is actually out of compliance with the original conditions of the conditional use permit that was passed in 2008. One of the original conditions that was never met by the property owners, not the applicant, was that they needed to complete a developer's agreement, which is now known as a public improvement agreement, and drainage improvements to the site. The property owners have stated that they do not wish to do this, and that since the applicant cannot complete these documents for the owner, the Planning Commission felt that temporarily renewing this permit would be appropriate. The public improvement agreement is needed for long-term site development to address potential impacts to the roadway system in this area. So the Planning Commission recommended that this permit be renewed for 2 years only instead of 5 years as the other 2, to allow the applicant a chance to find a new property to locate. And on December 7th, 2011, the Planning Commission held a public hearing, took testimony, and voted 5-0 to forward the request to City Council with a favorable recommendation, subject to conditions, one of which is that the permit would expire in 2014. Staff can answer any questions that you may have at this time.
Thank you. Mr. Bullock, your light's lit. Do you have any questions?
I don't.
Mr. Moreno?
Ms. Exmaker, this case I do have some issues with. Again, not because of the applicant, but what you brought up with the property owner and the noncompliance with some of the original regulations. I guess my question is, if the property owner is unwilling to work with the city and make those improvements to their property that ultimately do have effect in areas around them, why should we continue to allow this property owner to lease their property and then, develop a profit when they're not willing to work with us and make the necessary improvements?
Staff understands that issue and tried to work with the applicant to figure out what a reasonable time frame is for them to acquire a new property and to get their business out of this existing site, and they requested the 2 years, that they needed a little bit of time to be able to do that.
And based on what you said earlier, the property owner is simply unwilling to make those improvements. Are we going to have a case come before us down the road in which we're forced to make a decision whether or not to approve or deny when the property is out of compliance with our codes?
The property owner could continue to operate their site within the I-3 zoning designations. However, if they wanted to seek any special permits, this issue would be brought up again because the city would be requesting that they sign that public improvements agreement as part of a recommendation of approval.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Bullock.
Mr. Marino addressed my question because I was going to ask the same thing about if the property owner hasn't done his due diligence, what do we do in the meantime? But only if he decides to change anything, it comes up again as an issue. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Seeing no one else, is anyone in the audience wants to testify in favor of, in opposition to, or for information only concerning this case before the council this evening? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. And I am prepared to take a motion for the recommendations of the Planning Commission. Mr. McEldowney.
Would move to accept the findings of the Planning Commission on CU 83-08-11, or -12, I guess we're referring to.
Thank you. Mr. Bullock.
Second that motion.
A motion and a second. I'll ask for discussion. The only reason I ask for discussion is because of the comment that was brought forward. I want to let everybody know I will be supporting the conditional use permit motion. I also understand that we have a property owner that isn't complying in some participation with the public improvements. However, we also have to understand that we have a business that is generating revenue for this city and operating in compliance regardless of the property owner, and I think it's important that we allow them the opportunity to find another site, preferably within Commerce City, that they can operate their compliance business within, regardless of the property owner. And at the time the property owner wants to deal with improvements, then we can deal with them participating with the public improvements at that time. That's just my own. Okay. I needed to throw that in there. Mr. Moreno, go ahead.
I absolutely agree with that sentiment, Mr. Mayor. I won't not support this because that's punishing the applicant, not the property owner. But I can't guarantee support for anything in the future until the property owner works with the city and makes sure that they make the improvements that we've requested of them.
Very well said. Seeing no other comments, Mr. Attorney, you want to read the title?
We're on findings and recommendations.
Findings and recommendations first.
Okay, so we already voted on findings and recommendations.
No, we have not.
Okay.
You haven't.
But we've got a motion and a second on findings and recommendations. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Now we can move to the next. Mr. Attorney?
Okay, title reads, Conditional Use Permit for Operation of a Scrapyard, Case CU 83-08-12.
Thank you. Now, what are the council's desires? Mr. McEldowney?
Would move to approve conditional use permit for CU 83-08-12.
Thank you. Mr. Moreno?
Second the motion.
I have a motion and a second. I'll now ask for a roll call vote. Let the record show that the motion's approved unanimously by this council. Now I will thank the applicants for coming in. I've been over and utilized your facility several times. I think you have a great operation, and I hope you find a new home that meets the needs of the city and meets the needs of your operation across the street. And you have, looks like, 2 years to do so. Thanks for coming in this evening. Now, we have the next one. I will open up the public hearing for conditional use permit 82-08-10-12. Correct?
Being CU 95-12.
Oh, that's CU 95-12. All right. Ms. Ochmacher, are you doing this one as well? Okay.
Honorable Mayor, members of council, this last case before you tonight is CU 95-12. Amelia and Robert Cortinez are requesting to renew their permit to continue to operate a group home at 6137 Kearney Street. Subject site is right here. We've got Kearney Street and Kearney Middle School just to the west. The surrounding area is primarily zoned R2. The subject site is zoned R1, single-family residential, and the comp plan designates it as residential medium. Case history on this site. This permit was originally granted back in 2005, and it was as a use by permit for a group home. It was subsequently renewed in 2008, and then in 2009, the Land Development Code changed the requirements from a use by permit from the Board of Adjustment to a conditional use permit from the Planning Commission and City Council for a group home, which is why this case is before you this evening. So the applicant is requesting to renew their permit to continue to operate a group home at this location, and because our code changed, they're now required to get a conditional use permit. They're not proposing any significant changes to their operations. They accept up to 8 girls between the ages of 5 and 18. They have 2 employees on site, 2 daily shifts, plus a therapeutic case manager that provides an additional 20 to 30 hours a week of coverage. The home operates 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. However, visitors are generally limited to business hours. Here's a site plan. We've got Kearney Street here. We've got a home, and then there's the driveway. This property was originally constructed as a single-family dwelling unit, and it is not, and could easily be converted back to should the group home cease to operate at this location. Here's pictures of the site, the front of the house, and this is the aerial. The Planning Commission felt that this location is still appropriate and suitable for a group home, that this use fulfills a community need, and the applicant did conduct a neighborhood meeting on November 28th, and no concerns were expressed at this meeting. The home does impact the Commerce City Police, but the Planning Commission felt that the need in the community for this type of use outweighed the potential impacts to the police. And on December 7th, the Planning Commission held a public hearing, took testimony, and voted 5-0 to forward this request to City Council with a favorable recommendation, subject to conditions. One of these conditions is that the conditional use permit will expire on January 1st of 2017, but it's important for Council to note that similar to the Stout Street group home a few months back, that this permit would automatically renew without a public hearing should the group home not get any comments or any negative comments from their licensing agents or the city at the time of renewal. And staff can answer any questions that Council may have at this time.
Okay, thank you. Mr. McEldowney?
That's from previously.
Okay. Mr. Moreno?
Ms. Oxmacher, a couple of questions on this. Under our new land use land development code regulations, this will automatically renew, but does that provision about complaints from either residents or, from the city, does that include service calls from the police department? Is one of the items that would be used to determine whether or not it automatically renews or not?
That's not specifically listed. However, I'm sure the city staff would consult with the police department at the point of renewal to see if they'd like to lodge a complaint.
Okay. And regarding, because the fact that this use is a group home, it automatically requires a conditional use permit. Is that correct?
That's correct.
However, I noticed, obviously the zoning designation is R1, low-scale residential. The comp plan eventually calls for medium residential. Do we foresee a time in the future where we will try to switch that zoning designation to better comply with the neighborhood?
I don't believe so. The property was actually originally zoned to R2. It was rezoned to R1 to meet some setback requirements because the lot's rather small. So I don't believe we'd rezone it because of that.
So how would that affect future uses of this property? Are they legal non-conforming then? Or?
No, they're legal conforming because the R1 zoning, they meet the standards for that.
Okay. Thank you.
Councilman Teeter.
I personally have taken a tour of this place. It was very neat, clean, orderly, and the young ladies at the time that they were housing at that time were very well-spoken and taken care of.
Thank you. Councilwoman Carson?
Reading the minutes from the Planning Commission, Can you state what you had stated earlier about that if we approve this, then it would automatically fall into the same thing as a...
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Because it's a group home, the Land Development Code has a provision that when the conditional use permit expires, which would be 2017, January 1st, that if the city or any of the licensing agencies for this group home have not received any complaints, written complaints about its operation, that the permit would be renewed without being subject to a public hearing.
But once we approve it, does it automatically fall into that?
Correct.
Because reading these minutes, it addresses some concerns, I guess, that the Planning Commission had, that I'm not sure that I don't want it to come back in front of us again.
May I?
You may.
If any complaint is filed, and that includes a complaint by the city, then it does come back in front. But if no complaint is filed, then it would be automatically renewed, and that's the way the code is written.
So if the police went in and found there was something,
Then they
that
file a
would be
complaint.
considered as a complaint?
Right.
Thank you.
If they filed a complaint, yes.
Okay. Mr. Douglas?
Jenny, how many other group homes do we have here in Commerce City?
There aren't any in the adjacent area, but I believe there's the group home Stout Street to the south of the city, and there may be another group home in unincorporated Adams County
Okay.
off of Highway 76, I believe.
All right.
Time to change.
Time to Change is considered a correctional facility,
Okay.
which doesn't meet the group home definition. But
Gotcha.
you're correct, it's
Okay.
also in the city.
Mr. Bullock?
I was originally on council when we first approved this group home, and I toured it, and I live in a close proximity to the home itself, and I have heard no complaints from neighbors or anything, and I was going back through the staff report for the Planning Commission to try to find what Ms. Carson's concerns were, and I couldn't just jump on it right away. But I found that this was a needed facility in our community, and it's doing what it's supposed to do, and it's doing it very well.
Okay. I had the opportunity when Mr. Riccatoni built the home, and for the folks to have the opportunity to have the group home there, I got the opportunity to go in and put in the water and sewer mains for the home and do some construction work there. I got to meet the family, and at that time, the kids that were involved with the group home, and I found it to be a good environment for those kids to be in, to get the adequate level of parenting to move them forward in the community, and I think it is a needed benefit to our community. I would ask, since there are no other council comments, if the applicants would like to come forward and add anything to their case before we move forward.
And the applicant's representative, their case manager from Lost and Found, Marissa Salazar, is here,
Okay.
as well as Molly Cortinez.
Thank you. Good evening.
Thank you for
You
hearing
wanna-
my case today.
I need you to state your name and address for the record, please.
My name is Marissa Salazar, and I'm with Lost and Found. The address is 6700 West 44th Avenue in Wheat Ridge.
Okay.
And I'm Molly Cortinez, and I live at the home at 6137 Kearney Street.
Right.
Thank
Do you have anything you want to add to help your case?
I do believe that we offer some great benefits, not only to Commerce City, but the state of Colorado. We serve kids or girls from ages 5 to 18 from across Colorado and even out of state at times. And so Bob and Molly have been in the business or not in the business, but they've been doing foster care for 26 years, and have been doing it well for that amount of time. They've served lots of girls, many girls who still come back with their families to come and visit them, come back from military, from college, all of that, and who are self-sufficient adults at this time. So.
Okay. Any questions of the applicants by the council? Mr. Bullock?
No, that's from before.
Okay. Councilwoman Carson?
I just want to speak to you and thank you for the work that you do. I didn't mean anything by my questioning. It's just some things that were in here. I do think the work that you're doing is more than I know it's needed, and I appreciate the fact that you step forward and do that. And I'm assuming the young ladies that I see in our audience are the members. They live in this home. I want you to know, ladies, this council very much is here in support of anything that we can do to enhance your lives and to make them better. So please don't take any questions that I have put forward as a negative towards any of you girls. Are you ladies that are running this? It was not meant in that manner. I wish you all well. Girls, thank you for coming to council tonight. If there's anything that the city can do to help you, please make sure that the message gets here.
Mr. Moreno?
Ms. Cortinez, thank you for the need that you serve in our community. I just wanted to point out that I don't think you could have picked a better location located right across the street from Kearney and just down the road from Pioneer Park. So I think it's a great location for a group home that serves young ladies. And thank you to the young ladies that are here with us tonight. I'm sorry that the council meetings aren't more interesting, but we did start out with a song this time. So usually that doesn't occur, so you got a special treat. But thank you.
I also would like to add a sense of gratitude for what you do in our community. And the young ladies in the audience have been extremely respectful given the amount of time they've had to sit there and wait for this case to be heard. Seeing no other comments from our council to you, thank you, and we'll proceed with the case.
Thank you.
Is there anyone in the audience who would like to speak in favor of or in opposition to or for information only concerning this case before the council this evening? Seeing none, I will close the public hearing and ask the council if they're prepared to make a motion concerning the findings and recommendations of the Planning Commission. Mr. McEldowney?
Would move to approve those findings, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Bullock?
Second that.
A motion and a second to approve the findings and recommendations of the Planning Commission pursuant to case CU 95-12. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Motion is carried. Mr. Attorney, would you like to read the title?
Title reads, Conditional Use Permit for a Group Home, Case CU-95-12.
Thank you. Is council prepared to make a motion? Mr. Bullock?
Move to approve. Move to approve CU-95-12.
Thank you. Mr. McEldowney?
Second.
A motion and a second to approve the conditional use permit. I'll ask for a roll call vote. Let the record show that it also is approved unanimously. Thank you all for coming in this evening. We've already handled the oil and gas land use review comments, and we'll go into administrative business.
Study the RTD.
I'm looking for it here. I know we have RTD on here. You messed up my agenda so bad that I'm lost. Thank you. All right, now we'll go into our study session, and this is for information only. I will ask the staff to please bring forward their study session agenda for RTD to address the council.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Community and Acting Economic Development Director Jim Hayes is going to present the information.
Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor, members of City Council. Jim Hayes, Community Development Director. I'm going to go ahead and just run through a quick presentation for you, give you the topics that we're going to discuss tonight, and then I'm going to turn over to Lee Kemp, who's the director with RTD and chairman of the board, just to make some quick introductions of his team that are here tonight. They do not have a formal presentation, but will be here to answer questions at the conclusion of my presentation tonight. So we've got 5 items we like to cover. I know we've got some new council members, and want to go over a brief history of the Fast Tracks project, which dates back to 2004. Also, the local match issue and the memorandum of understanding that we'll be bringing before you in about a month. Also, some station area master planning efforts that we're doing at 72nd Avenue, the one station that we'll have in Commerce City. I'll also give you a brief update on some of the bus service discussions we've had with RTD staff. And then finally, a quick update on the North Area Transit Extension, or NATE. So just some quick introductions. People and Community Development team, the planning division that have been working hard on this have been Chris Kramer, our planning manager, as well as Brian Garner. The Public Works Department, including Darren Sterling and Sean Lehocky, have also been a part of the team that have been working with RTD on this project for many years, longer than I've been here. I'll turn over to Mr. Kemp now to make some quick introductions too.
Mr. Mayor, Council, first of all, Happy New Year. Glad to be out here and being able to speak in front of you this evening. My main purpose this evening is I'd like to introduce the new appointed Director for District K, which represents not only Commerce City, but Thornton, North Glen, Brighton, and a major part of Adams County, and that's Kathy Williams, who was appointed by the Adams County Commissioners in December and sworn in December by the RTD Board, who will be representing out here until the next general election, where I hope she will be running and become an elected official for District K. But I would like to formally introduce her to you and say that the board is very pleased to have her. Not only is she a welcome addition, but she was a board member in the early 1980s for the RTD and has served the great state of Colorado as a legislator. So she brings a lot of past experience and a lot of worth, and I think a very good asset to the people here of Commerce City. So with that, I'd like to introduce Kathy Williams.
Thanks, Lee. I think I'd only like to leave you with one message at this particular point in time, and that is we've got a lot of work to do up here. It seems like we've kind of been left in the dust, and I think it's time for us to really start making our presence known. So I will be making an invitation to all of you that I would like to meet with you personally and have the opportunity to get a sense of just exactly what your feelings are about what your vision would be for a great transportation system up here up north, and see if we can't all get organized and get on the same page and go down and really make our presence known as a force coming from the north area. Thank you.
Thank you, and congratulations.
Thank you. And also we have Jane Donovan here tonight, who's the North Metro Line project manager. Known Jane for quite a few years now, since I was in the city of North Glen and we were working on the line there, of course. And so she's continued to work really hard to try to get this thing through the environmental clearances and now into the design phase so we can get this line constructed. So some brief history. In 2004, voters did endorse Regional Transit Project to be constructed over a period of 10 years. 7 new lines, 119 miles of track, estimated cost of $4.2 billion, which was funded by a 0.4% sales tax, or 4 cents for every $10. As part of that ballot language, there was also a 2.5% local match requirement, where each jurisdiction's receiving the transit system would start to pay as part of the project. And I'll explain what that means for us in just a minute. The North Metro line is planned to serve the northeast quadrant, including a proposed station at 72nd and Colorado. The map in front of you, we'll come back to this. I have it up here a little bit later. In the orange there, you see we've got the North Metro corridor. There is funding available to get the line from downtown Denver at Union Station up to the stock show. That will actually commence in August of this year, with the planned opening in roughly 2016. There is no funding beyond that point, and so we're going to be working closely with RTD staff and their board as they look at how to get those funding sources available. The East Line, which is another area that does not go directly through Commerce City but does benefit us indirectly, is the East Line that goes out to the airport, and you can see there are several stops along I-70 with other ones potentially planned up near the airport. The last area I would call attention to is the NATE, or the right-of-way preservation area. This was part of the original ballot language to try to at least plan for service to Brighton in the form of a right-of-way preservation as part of the project. And I'll bring some additional information about that in a minute. So again, the last 4 years have been spent obtaining environmental clearances. There was a draft environmental impact statement in 2009. The final one was passed in 2010, and then a record of decision was issued last summer with the celebration at the stock show, actually. In 2009, unfortunately, the annual program evaluation identified a major funding gap of around $2.4 billion, which raised the cost to nearly $7 billion for the whole project. So the RTD board will be considering whether or not to put a ballot issue on the ballot in 2012 to increase the sales taxes to try to get the line built in accordance with the revised schedule now. Without any additional funding, or if the tax ballot measure fails, the earliest it could be completed is 2042. We realize that's a very long time frame. I know RTD does as well. But if the ballot language is passed and there's additional funding, or if there's other sources such as public-private partnerships or federal money, we could get this completed as soon as 2020. And that would be the complete end of line all the way to 162nd Avenue near Weld County. The local government match portion for the project along North Metro, again, our line is estimated at $909 million, so taking roughly 2.5%, comes up to $22.7 million. The cities along the line, including Adams County and Denver, were never expected to have to write a check for that amount. It was always in-kind services, staff time, use tax rebates, or capital projects that we would already be doing in the area. So I'll explain how we work this out in just a minute. The 5 jurisdictions have drafted a memorandum of understanding for consideration. This is so Denver can proceed with their intergovernmental agreement with RTD to get the line built to the stock show. The other 4 jurisdictions, Adams County, North Glen, Thornton, and Commerce City, wanted to do this agreement just so we could get the methodology down on paper with the understanding that we would not proceed with an IGA until the ballot passed later this year. If it does not pass, then we would just keep the MOU in place until there was actually funding available. We would not be required to proceed with an IGA. So highlights of that, we identified in-kind projects, use tax, staff time that would be put towards our portion of it. The other component is that DRCOG has identified transportation improvement program funds in around $7.4 million that will be able to be used for this line. Currently, we've also designated around $4 million in the CIPP in 2014, but as you'll see, we're not going to have to dedicate those funding probably that early. It'd be many, many years after that. So other jurisdictions match and what this impact means to Commerce City. Denver is putting up $5 million of in-kind. Thornton has come up with $7.5 million. Adams County $3 million. North Glen $2.5 million. And Commerce City came up with an estimate of $4.7 million. And this is based on an actual project cost estimate from the Public Works Department for a secondary access at 70th and Colorado. Now, to balance that, there would be $2.74 million in use tax collected because our portion of the line is very expensive going through Sand Creek and past the refinery. Our portion of those DRCOG funds, if you recall, were $7.4 million. We would be able to get $1.53 million of those funds. It would leave only a balance of around $430,000 for the project that we would have to fund from CIPP. And again, I know that's a lot of numbers I threw at you. It's all in your council communication as well, and we can answer some questions in just a minute. So let me transition to the stationary master plan. We do have grant funding from DRCOG for $100,000. There's $25,000 in the Planning Division's budget for 2012, which is our local match requirement. We just heard late last week that funding is going to be available here in early 2012. So we'll be proceeding with an IGA with RTD for this project only. And it'll be about a 12 to 15-month project. We'll provide updates to you and definitely do a lot of public outreach as part of that project. One of the things we're attempting to do is to include the Adams City High School property in that study area so we can try to figure out some adaptive reuse of that area of the neighborhood as well. Bus service, we are continuing to work with RTD to obtain bus service to 2 areas. We have a meeting scheduled within the next week or so for further updates. They did some preliminary studies on a couple of these areas. One I would point out, Northern Range to downtown direct service. I would say their initial reaction was favorable, and so we're going to continue to work on that. The second one is some service to the Victory Crossing Civic Center area. It may be out on Quebec, it may be near 56th initially, but long-term, as we start to densify this area, we can probably get some service closer to the actual buildings in here. And again, we'll provide you some future updates on that as well. Lastly, the North Area Transit Extension. Staff met with RTD, Adams County, and Brighton a few months ago. Brighton is very concerned about preserving right-of-way, namely along Sable Boulevard, as well as near the Adams County Government Center, trying to look at some station areas in their downtown. And so the study area along Highway 2, 85, I-76, those are all really open for debate as to how we could get a line up one of those corridors. Again, it may be decades until funding is available, but we're trying to make sure we're coordinating with the other jurisdictions to preserve right-of-way as best we can. There's a couple alternatives that are shown in our city planning documents, the transportation plan and the comprehensive plan. First is Highway 2 with stations at possibly Derby, the Northern Range, maybe the dog track. And then secondly would be coming up Quebec off of the East Line with stations again at the Civic Center area and then proceeding up towards Highway 2 to the Northern Range and then into Brighton. So again, this is continuing discussions and we'll have to give you further updates as we move along. Again, here's the map that I had mentioned earlier. Now the next thing I wanted to do, I've got Chris over there to click on it for me. RTD has a really slick thing on their website if you want to take a look at it. They've got flyovers from all of the station to stations along the line. And so this is a couple minutes. It kind of shows where it goes from the stock show up through Commerce City and then stopping at our station at 72nd. It's about 2 minutes. And go ahead and fire that up, Chris. Just really quick, where you see in blue there are elevated sections. You can see the major cost of the line running through the city. So that concludes my presentation, and I'm open for any questions, and of course, we have RTD here as well. Thank you.
Thanks, Jim. Mr. Benson.
Yeah, Mr. Hayes, I'm just wondering if there's any way that we can withdraw from RTD and form our own transportation district and get this line built up here before the next 30 years expire. Any way we can get out of RTD now? Because it's not going to happen for 30 years.
I'm not sure
I think
how to
we can
answer
do it
that
ourselves
question.
and do it a lot quicker than that.
Yeah, we know where you're going with that, Jim, and
thank you.
Trust me, we all have our own frustrations with it. We don't
Problem
have $900 million or whatever the number was
Problem is
right
we're not
now.
going anywhere.
But I understand your intention for the question. Councilwoman Carlson.
Mr. Benson and I were having a small conversation to that sort. Since the RTD board members are in the audience, I will tell you there's quite a few of us that are very disgruntled with RTD. Our citizens are very disgruntled with RTD. What I seen there very much profits Thornton. I'm not sure where I see that Commerce City is getting much out of this. There's been an awful lot promised. You want to put another ballot measure on. We're still trying to get them to support our schools. And if we're going to put ballot measures on and we're going to get tax increases, I'm sorry, I just feel that there's been enough money there. So I'm with Mr. Benson. Without another tax increase, that's not, in whose lifetime is this going to happen? So I probably would support to see if we can just pull out of the whole thing completely.
Mr. McEldowney.
On a serious note, relative to funding, the economist for Dr. Cog presented at MVIC this past Wednesday a picture of the state funding challenges through the year 2025. I've actually asked it to see if they can come and present that same information to council because I think it's highly valuable. But in a nutshell, and to Ms. Carson's point, we are in dire straits relative to funding, and they've analyzed this every which way, the cut scenarios, the revenue scenarios, and the bottom line is there will be a need to raise revenue. On the school funding front, they're going to have to look at statewide mechanisms to try and effectively fund education. So it raises a really significant question as to how and when the appropriate and sufficient funding will come to be to make this happen. I don't suspect we're going to see voter support change so radically between now and the December election that this is going to get funded. So it is a scary proposition for us to have voted and paid into this metro-wide system and really have no real prospect, no viable prospect in the foreseeable future to see this realized. It's awesome to watch the flyover, but it almost rubs salt in the wound to some degree to know the potential but not have a sense of how to realize it. So I appreciate the update tonight, though, and I look forward to your representation for us in the coming term.
Mr. Moreno?
Regarding funding, Jim, can you kind of shed some light on why the fact that the Commerce City match is greater than Adams County's match?
Yes. The City of Commerce City has some of the most expensive portions of the line. It's estimated over $300 million out of the $900 million. Adams County does not have a single station actually within the unincorporated boundary. I think this property at 72nd Colorado currently is, but we would be planning on annexing that property before the line is completed. We were talking with Jean Shreve. She believed, who's their transportation coordinator, she believed that they had enough local match from special projects and staff time that they could cover their $3 million. When we started calculating the use tax that we were going to generate because our line is so expensive and the project that we were able to identify, we thought it was equitable to come up with the 4.7 number that we did.
Okay. And regarding just what we ultimately would have to pay out of our capital improvement project fund, I mean, realistically, we don't have the money to do it. And we don't even have enough money to fund the expansion of Tower Road right now. And I would think that on the scale of priorities, an expansion of Tower Road would be far preferable to a match on a line that's not going to come for another 20 years. I was speaking with Councilwoman Elliott before this. She, out of all the council members, probably lives the closest to where our station is ultimately planned for, and it would be difficult for her to even walk to the station. That's been one of my main concerns about this all along, is that our station doesn't serve the population of where it is now in Commerce City. You would still need to charter a bus or some other form of transportation to get people to the line in order to make it anywhere. So I share some frustrations. I'm not willing to make the leap of saying let's withdraw, but I think there's some serious issues with Commerce City's proposed line that need to be figured out.
Mr. Mayor, Councilman Moreno, I agree with you. One of the things that we had talked about amongst the other jurisdictions with RTD was this idea that none of us were ready to go and enter into an IGA to commit to that funding. The only reason we decided to go the MOU route is so that Denver could proceed and we can get the line built to the stock show and so forth. I think that the original plan that we'd put together with Public Works in the budget for the 2014 CIPP, we're definitely going to be able to push that out. It's probably more 2017, 2018 or beyond. And we thought that this conclusion to not have $4 million, but roughly $400,000, really knock the number down, make it a little more manageable, and push out the time period, hopefully give us more time to plan. But I totally agree with you that if we don't have any commitment for funding, then we're just going to have an MOU and we're just going to wait, and we're not going to fund anything.
Mr. Benson?
Well, that was one of my questions, like when are we going to be required to come up with that matching funding? And I think you've just answered it. We don't have to until some other things happen, because to try to say that this city is going to come up with $4.7 million, I will do everything that I can to stop that from happening. I mean, I can't even imagine somebody asking this city to put up $4.7 million for a dream that's not going to come into fruition for 30 years. I can't imagine asking our taxpayers to fund $4.7 million for nothing. We're already paying the 0.4% tax that was passed back in 2004. I don't know what else they expect out of us. I don't know, but to go back to 2004, there was some documentation, and maybe it was the wording of the ballot issue, that controlled or spoke to how the money was going to be spent. Can you give me a copy of that documentation?
Yes, we can definitely get that out to everybody.
Because I want to find out if the board over the last 7 years has been in compliance with the original vote that we all made on that project, or if they are not in compliance. I may have to start something to find out why. Because what's happened is it's close to being criminal, in my opinion. Probably not criminal, but it's very close to that. I would just like to see that document, if you could get that to me, Mr.
Absolutely.
Hayes. And I also appreciate Ms. Williams' comments also. We need somebody in there who's going to be fighting for the north part of the metro area to get something built up here. So thank you, Ms. Williams.
Mr. Douglas?
Thanks, Jim. I agree with the other council members. I was on board with this when I was off council, when it was going up Highway 2 to serve the northern area, and then having that maybe spur off up the highway, 72nd, up to Quebec. Several different scenarios we had come before us, and then somehow things shifted, and we went to the very west part of Commerce City, going into Thornton, Northglenn, and servicing Broomfield area, and that really doesn't help us out. So I think we really need to concentrate on what our city needs. And then as far as funding for something like that, we have other things priority-wise that are going to take place. We have the on-ramp, we have widening of Tower Road. So, we really need to look what our city needs and not what other cities want from us to get, through here. So we got a long road ahead of us. Thanks.
Mr. Bullock.
Thank you, Jim, for your presentation. Thank you, Ms. Williams, for coming in, and I definitely want to meet with you because, it has been stated by the rest of the council, this is a little bit off in the future, and I want to see what we can do to enhance our bus service while we're waiting for this, because we have a lot of seniors in the community, and we have a lot of children. And I think that if we can do something to enhance our bus service on up north and to make more, just to, it isn't going to satisfy our residents, but they'll be a lot happier knowing that they can get where they want to go a little bit easier while they're waiting for. And some of the kids that are now 2 or 3, they'll probably be working for RTD when it comes to fruition. So I definitely would like to meet with you, and thank you all from RTD for coming in. And, I can understand the frustration from a lot of the council members, but I guess you probably hear it in a lot of different cities up here that feel like they've been shortchanged to the south, basically, because everything down south and everything is going up every place else, but we seem to be the last one on the drawing board. But thank you for coming in. Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you for coming in. I'm glad that we have you as a representative for the northern area so we can have those discussions. I'm looking forward to meeting with you. I share the concerns that all the council members have brought forward. We're taking our one leg at $4,700,000 or whatever it is. The amount it is because of the water crossings, the elevation, those type of things. It's very frustrating because where that station is, it doesn't serve our city today. But if we're looking 20 to 40 years down the road, it really won't serve our city. Our resident base is going to be extremely east of that station, a station more in the proximity of this soccer complex and what's going to develop around it. In 20 years, you're going to see hotel, convention center type of opportunities here. We just watched the video of this going from the stock show to this new station proposed on the western edge of Commerce City. We also know that the stock show is currently looking at plans on maybe relocating. We don't know if they'll relocate, but there's a potential there they could. I think we're behind the 8 ball on this issue because some of these stations aren't going to be relative to what they are today in 20 to 40 years. In 20 to 40 years, 20 being the earliest. That stock show may be out near the Gaylord facility in Aurora and maybe over here near Forest City or near us. The need for those stations that are going to happen up along where the Aerotropolis area, where we have the DIA Tech Center, the parking facilities for DIA, those type of things would much more meet the needs of our community. And Brighton, with the growth along the I-76 corridor, if you look at the housing streams and where we've been developing and where we have potential to continue to develop over a 20 to 40 year time frame, I just don't think that station meets our needs. And I think more immediately we do have a need for more busing service because of our northern range, because of the things that's happening up north. Not only will the busing service help us, and we could have a collaborative effort with RTD, because that will help drive development as well with having a transportation piece in there as a bus service. rather than looking 20 to 40 years down the road. I did have the opportunity to look at all of the properties that RTD participated on with the UP up north between Brighton and Fort Lupton. And they're all checkerboarded. They were purchased at the time that the properties were at their highest value. Now in this economy, they're worth virtually nothing. I mean, the feedlot especially, I was just shocked that RTD spent the kind of monies that it spent on some of the properties that it's purchased, and how you get the taxpayers' value back out of those properties. The feedlot especially is going to be a Brownsfield type of cleanup. And it's extremely frustrating to see where some of these monies went. I'm not directing this particular comments at you, but your board members, and I want you to know where our frustration lies. I think we do need some serious attention and some serious dialogue with RTD to get the services for our residents in the areas that we need them, rather than to continue to look down the road at these kind of costs, 20 to 40 years down the road, at services that potentially will not benefit our community. Now, yes, I'm a positive person, and I want to be a long-term player in a transportation plan that'll serve this north area. But right now, I'm not seeing the goals that are set forth today in this plan, where they're going to meet our needs in 20 to 40 years. Because I see this city, and I see Brighton and other cities, Fort Lupton, along this northern route up between 85 and I-76, demanding some of these needs that we won't have based on this plan in 20 to 40 years. So I'd love to see a long-term transportation plan that serves the region, and especially with the airport development that I feel will occur over the next 20 to 40 years. We need to look at the region as a whole and where those benefits are. And yes, I'm glad Thornton's getting the stations that they need. But unfortunately, we do feel left in the dark over here in Commerce City and Brighton, and we need to have those type of discussions so you can understand our frustrations and take those concerns back to the board, so that we could get down to some real discussions on if we're going to continue to fund this, and if we're going to support a project to our taxpayers, especially in a terrible economy, that we have some positive things to show them where we benefit. And right now, I can't show them where we benefit. But you needed to hear that from this council. I'm glad you came in today. Jim, you did a great presentation, and it's frustrating to have to sit here and talk about what we see as being wrong with the problem with the project, rather than the positive pieces of the project. So I implore you to go back, talk to your board, explain our frustrations, and I look forward to sitting down personally and meeting with you, Kathy, so that we can talk about the future of where we go with RTD. So once again, thanks for coming in.
Thank you.
Seeing no one else, Jim, thanks for the presentation.
Thank you. I like that flyover, too. Too bad it's just a flyover.
Now we have two executive matters that need to be taken care of. We will go into the first by a voice vote, adjourn into the session, reconvene the regular meeting, and adjourn into the second executive session by a voice vote. I'm ready for a motion to adjourn into the first executive session. Council? Mr. McEldowney.
Are we making these as separate motions, or should we make both
Separate.
motions?
Then we're going to come back out and then go into the next one.
Gotcha. So I would move that council convene an executive session pursuant to CRS 24-6-402, parens 4, parens B, for the purpose of receiving legal advice concerning potential litigation.
Thank you. Mr. Moreno?
Second the motion.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion's approved. We will be back in just a short while.
for the purpose of receiving legal advice concerning police department operations.
Okay, Mr. McEldowney?
Second.
Motion and a second to go into executive session. We'll be back shortly. Or is that from before? Okay. Mr. Bullock?
Yes, in the previous council meeting, we talked about a retreat, and in me trying to get this together in my mind about our retreat, I was thinking, okay, we have 4 new people here on council, and what we want to do is get this retreat going as quick as possible so staff can get what we are going to do and get us back to us. And I was thinking, if the people on council, we know our number 1 priority for this year is going to be to hire a city manager. So that wouldn't be one of the things we'd put on our list. But if everybody says, okay, here are 5 things I'd like to see done in the city, and get them back to council, then we get it and homogenize it down, because we might have a lot of same ideals, and then get our retreat done by the end of this month instead of moving into February so staff can get done quicker. Would that be acceptable with the council, or do they see a different format they would like to go with instead of trying to do it that way?
Mr. Benson? You have comments
I
to
have
that
another-
effect?
I don't have a comment on that. I have another matter.
Okay, then
A very
we'll,
brief
we'll,
matter.
then I'll have to have you put your light back on here in a second.
Okay.
Mr. McElhenney, you have comments to that?
I do, and thank you. I had planned on bringing this up, and then you ended up out sick, Mr. Mayor, and we didn't get a chance to bring it back up. I think to Mr. Bullock's point, he's spot on. We've gotten some good momentum the last couple of years, getting the retreat started earlier in the year versus running it mid-year. But I think there are some sort of baseline discussions that are probably helpful going into that retreat, because not everybody has the same depth or breadth of knowledge on certain subjects. So to be able to deep dive into a retreat of that nature, part of me thinks that we need to identify some critical discussion items that might happen in more of a study context before we get into a retreat. But I do like the idea of getting the brainstorming going on the needs, and I think to that end, we've got what has been essentially a progression of council priorities that include a community input component. So perhaps we take the overall priority set that we used last year, and that gets circulated to council, because there are, what do we have in that list, 100 and change items, some of which are ranked very high, some of which are ranked very low, but they're clustered. They have indication as to whether or not they came from the community or not. Rather than having folks scratch their head and come up with things off the top of their head, see if the thing you're looking for is on that list and call it out, or if it's missing altogether, let's add it to the list. But either way, I think there are some prior discussions that are probably helpful, whether it be budget-related or process-related. So I do like the idea of trying to get something going sooner than later, but I don't know if the end of this month is necessarily doable. My 2 cents.
Mr. Douglas?
Being one of the new council members, I would like to have retreat, and because we really haven't talked that much about what we would like to see happen in the city, and understand what Jason's saying. Even we had a list of what we want, and then put it to staff, and then see if what my 5 or 6 things are versus somebody else, so we're not just to cut some time. But I would like to see us meet, because we haven't had that yet. Because our orientation, even though the 5 members already had orientation, there were some things that were missing on that orientation that I like to ask and get the answers about. And in that meeting, we could probably talk about that as well. But there's some missing pieces there as well. So I would like to have a retreat.
Well, on my piece of it, I know they are putting together the retreat, Steve, so it will be happening. It's something that we normally do. I'm glad that it's earlier in the year now, and I think out of those top 5 things, just one of mine that I would be putting down is the meeting the 2013 budget, and going into a budgetary discussion. There's some things that I think this council needs to know. Number one, what are the risks that we have facing us through liabilities of claims against the city currently? What are our one-time revenue streams that we can foresee. I don't want to use either of those to balance the 2013 budget, but I think there are things that this council, especially with new members, need to be aware of to move forward. And so as part of that retreat, those would be things that I would put down. But I think if we all put down our stuff, and say there's 3 people on this council that say they want to, they're concerned with the 2013 budget and make sure that we can meet that budget, then the staff can put together a document that when we get there, they can say, hey, these are all of the things that you guys said were priorities that we want to discuss, and we're prepared and have the information to answer those questions. So I think it's really good that we all come up with those 5 items, and we get that back. And is there a liaison on this council that will be handling that, or we just get it to you, Brian?
Well, there's a committee.
I know there's a committee. That's why I'm asking. Is there a liaison we should be getting our 5 items to on the council?
Yeah, and again, this, prior to the holiday break and prior to you going out ill, I had raised the subject of the retreat, and there was some suggestion in that comment that we put it off for some time. I'm glad to hear that we're back now talking about doing it sooner than later. I think the point is we need to get a sense of what this retreat structure looks like, because right now we're all saying we want to retreat. But I could guarantee that if we went down the dais, you get 9 different definitions of what that retreat might look like.
Absolutely.
Are we going away for 3 days to Las Vegas? Are we heading up to Boulder for a couple days? Are we going to do what we've done most recently, which is stay as local as possible for as little as possible, and really facilitate and guide our own retreat in partnership with council? We tried doing, 2 years ago, just as an example, doing, 2 days, roughly 2 full days of activity, which had an intensive front-loaded amount of budget review, lots and lots of detail, and people were brain dead. And it really made the remainder of the retreat challenging. We had some really good discussion, but it wasn't as fruitful. This last year, we tried to take and separate those 2 things out. So a lot of the recap on budget, et cetera, was done in advance. And in fact, we did it fairly well on the heels of the fall budget. So it was fairly fresh. We didn't have the turnover to account for, and we certainly need to do that now. I guess when I said there are sort of preliminary efforts that I think need to happen, some of those things that are the deeper dive on the budget and the financials that would be helpful for setup to get to a point where we have a sense of, well, this is the area that we need to drill in on or spend a lot of time in the retreat. To me, we should try and allocate some study session time to. And then the question is, what's the duration of the retreat? This last year we did sort of a very light kickoff on an evening, and then we did a full day the subsequent day. We had all of the senior staff present in that retreat. And it, to me, of the 4 retreats that I'd been on, or 5 retreats, I guess, in my 4.5 years, it was probably the most, I left feeling more productive than I had ever felt in a retreat. I could look in the eyes of staff and feel like they felt like it was positive because they had a good feeling for what was going on. And so I guess selfishly, I'd like to see if we can recapture some of what we started to achieve in that last year's retreat, but I would look to folks who participated in that to see if that format makes sense and if you can help better explain what did or didn't work in that.
I would say, you know, after being on council 8 years prior to this term now that I'm in, I was always an advocate to hold it locally to save dollars. We ran into some frustrations because when I was a council member, we had people that if we held it locally, that, you know, my kid has a ball game this afternoon, sorry I can't be there. It's important, I think, that this council look at trying to keep it as local as possible, wise expenditure of the taxpayers' money. However, the commitment from this council is very intense. We all have to be there. We have to be there from start to finish. And I think the structure can be fine as long as it's local and that we all participate. The reason that we would do Genesee is...
we're going to do Dick's Sporting Park.
I know, but in the past, the reason we did Genesee was to get people far enough away from their homes that their personal lives didn't interfere with that retreat. I think that we're all adult enough to say we can do this in town, which we should do it in town. So my take on it, and I guess my vote would be, let the staff put something together locally. Let's get our information into the liaison on council that is going to help put the information together on these 5 things that the council wants to has on their mind for topics, and that we get it sooner than later. Well, we came on this council, and there's 4 new members. Basically, we dealing with the fracking and some of the other issues we've been dealing with, and with the holidays, we haven't had a chance to even get to know each other.
That sounds right.
So it's really important that we do this sooner than later, so we can sit down and say, you know, this is who I am, these are my concerns with the city, and these are issues that I think we need to discuss, and get those things dealt with sooner than later, so that we can gel as a council.
Yep, I agree.
So that's just my 2 cents, and that's where I stand. The sooner the better. Locally is fine. Mr. Moreno.
Just quickly on that item, I don't have any issues with the format. I think staying local is appropriate. Regarding the urgency, I think this is urgent for this council. I certainly appreciate and understand Mr. Douglas's concerns, and as I imagine any other newly elected council member, that we want to get started. We want to get moving sooner rather than later. So I would say that we shoot for this within the next month to try to get it accomplished. I'm no longer on the committee, but in previous, when I was helping out previously, I did draft a document where City Council could use it as a brainstorming sheet to, each council member could kind of put their dream list together of what they wanted to see. So I'm happy to solicit that feedback from the council again if the committee is okay with it.
That'd be great.
I think that'd be awesome.
We have
Mr. McEldowney, your lights on?
We have all the compiled data from the prior 2 years, and I believe staff, you still have the list that staff then built on once it was handed over for your review and use at the staff retreat. So if Mr. Moreno's got the input document, that would be great to get that out. I can get the other document out. Perhaps Mr. Aker and I can make sure we get the current version out to council, and I think that we've still got the PowerPoint we used to set up the discussion last year, so at least those things can go out for sort of preview, and then I guess we'll look for staff to determine when they can get something scheduled.
Okay. Mr. Moreno, are you back on again?
No, sir.
No?
But Brian.
Brian.
Just a quick additional note to add to the conversation. We'd like to use the meeting on the 23rd. We're trying to carve out some time on January 23rd to update you with information we think will be helpful for the retreat. We also think there would be benefit in having a meeting on the 5th Monday of the month, January 30th, to again use it to kind of load you up with information, which then saves time at the retreat. So we're not spending time at the retreat talking to you. You can maximize the time at the retreat to discuss the information that's been provided and talk through everybody's top 5 issues. We'll take our cues from the past few years, although if we start to see what your lists are, that'll be helpful, but we'll tailor the presentations on the 23rd and the 30th to those things that we think will be most helpful as you go into the retreat.
Okay.
Is there any objection to having a council meeting on the 30th, the 5th Monday?
No.
No?
No.
Thank you.
We're in administrative business. Would it be appropriate to make a motion to add that meeting, or is that?
Yeah, go ahead if you want to make a motion.
I would move that we direct staff to schedule a meeting for the 5th Monday, the 30th of January.
Mr. Moreno?
Second the motion.
A motion and a second to have a meeting on the 30th of January. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, say nay. Motion's carried. We'll have a meeting on the 30th. Mr. Moreno, your light's on. Did you have something else to add?
Not on this item.
Okay. Mr. Douglas?
Yes. If we have the retreat in February and a Saturday, there's 2 dates where I'll be out of town, February 18th and then March 3rd.
Okay.
We're looking to do February 4th.
Okay.
If we can, we're going to try and get this as soon as possible so okay, Christo, bad for you?
That's bad for me, too.
Okay, what about February 11th?
That's fine.
Okay, is it bad for JD?
Here we go.
Okay, so what day did you say the 18th was bad for you? 18th and the 3rd and 25th works. Okay, now we're down to the 25th. It's basically the Friday of the 24th we start off with and the 25th. February.
So you're talking about
The 24th and 25th.
full days or evening of the
The
24th?
evening of the 24th.
Full day of the
And then a
25th.
full day on the 25th.
That works for me.
Is that a Friday, Saturday?
Yeah.
And what time are we looking at starting? I think we did it like a 6
5
o'clock.
Okay, well, 6 o'clock on Friday, and we'll work to about 9 o'clock, and then 8 o'clock in the morning and it's a working breakfast, and we work through a working lunch, and then we're done at 5 o'clock. Our hopes is we're done at 5 o'clock. And that gives everybody a chance to get the information from last year, look over things, put together what your expectations are. And this is a planning budget retreat. And when we say planning, we mean planning in the fact that what we plan to give to staff to see what we can get done in the year coming up, and make sure that we're within our 2013 budget, because that's going to be most important. And I'm going to tell you, this year is going to be a good year. We're going to be great. So look, don't hold yourself down. Look to the stars. I mean, go for gold.
If I can just piggyback on Mr. Bullock's comment on the budget tie-in, that's one of the big things that we tried to do these last couple of years, was use the discussion and set priorities so that we had staff focusing on, well in advance of the typical budget discussions late in the year, having the necessary study sessions or other long cycle research activity going on, so that by the time we got to the budget, we were really kind of far down the road on some of those planning activities. So I think, is that kind of where you were going, Mr. Bullock, on the tie-in there?
Okay. Councilman Benson?
Oh, I thought you were waving.
Let's go with Brian.
Just a quick procedural suggestion. If you're set with February 24th and 25th, a motion would be helpful.
I just wanted to make sure everybody was set with it.
I got you.
Is that-
Now,
does that work?
are we going to consider the 14th of February?
That's fine.
I know, it's my anniversary. My wife's in the audience. I just want to see if I could get her to look up. All right, is there someone who would like to make a motion? I've got all these lights lit up, and I don't know who wants to talk about certain things and who wants to make the motion. So I've got, Steve Douglas is lit up right now. You want to make a motion, Steve?
I'd like to make a motion to have our council retreat on February 24th and 25th of 2012.
Okay.
Starting time Friday, 6 o'clock to 9, and Saturday, the 25th, from 8 in the morning till 5 at Dick's Sporting Goods.
Okay, Mr. Douglas, or I'm sorry, Mr. Benson?
Well, I'll second that, but I've also got some other things.
We're still on the budget retreat stuff, so just bear with us a minute.
All right, I'll second it.
All right, thanks. I have a motion and a second to take care of the budget retreat on the 24th and 25th. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. We're having the budget retreat on the 25th. Now we'll go with Councilwoman Carson.
Well, we may have already passed this a while back, but Mr. McEldowney, I agree with you. If it's the wishes of this council, it was much better having staff present
Oh, yeah.
during this. The two that I have been to, we did not have staff at the first one. The second one, staff was there. And it was much more productive.
Okay.
So if we can, I would like to see us do that.
No, I expect the staff to be there. I think that's a big piece of it.
Good relationship building with not only the council, but with staff, senior staff as well.
No, the only ones I've ever been to have been all staff, and I think it's important. Mr. Moreno,
Not on this item, sorry.
I think we're done with this item. Are we done with this item?
Yeah, we're on to another.
Okay, so go ahead with your new item.
Okay, just quickly, I mentioned before to the council about a council build day with Habitat for Humanity, where we'd go out and help build one of the houses. I got in touch with the woman who's coordinating. She gave us 2 dates, and actually it's good that Councilman Douglas mentioned that February 18th doesn't work for him, but the two are February 18th and March 31st that are reserved for the council, and just wanted to shoot it out there real quick. If you have a general preference, you can state it now or just tell me later.
I'll try to be there. Dominic?
February 18th and March 31st.
No, I don't have a preference, but I'll be, whatever you guys decide, I'll try to be there.
31st is my wife's birthday, so I would not be able to participate.
31st.
This is going to be one of those, we'll settle this later. Okay, thanks.
All right, Mr. Benson, I know you've been waiting a long time.
Thank you. I just have a couple of matters that should be easy. I know it's 5 months before the summer outreach, but I wanted to move that we have the North Outreach at South Lawn Reunion. I know we can take a tour of the well site and watch an actual fracking operation. Oh, it's good. No, I'm not.
Jim,
No.
stand down.
All right. I would move that we do the North Outreach at Reunion South Lawn.
I don't have a problem with that.
Mr. Mayor?
Was that River Run for three years in a
Yes,
row?
sir?
We will certainly proceed whatever council's direction is. However, I understand there was an outreach at South Lawn Park a few years ago.
07.
And the Parks and Recreation staff felt that it was problematic, mostly because parking around South Lawn Park is very limited. If council would like to proceed, we'll do our best, but as I understand, it was problematic for that reason.
We could do it in the north part of Reunion, like we did last year. It was at River Run for 3 years in a row. I was trying to make it 3 different locations once every year, but it was at River Run for 3 years in a row for some reason. So maybe we have it 2 years in a row up in Reunion, have it at the regular Reunion Park next to at the soccer fields.
We had planned on going back to River Run Park this year and then alternating between River Run Park and Reunion Park. They're both set up well.
I think that would be a good thing, except we've done it 08, 09, and 2010
Understood.
at River Run already. So,
Jim, remind me who was on the council then.
what?
I'm just giving you a hard time again. I was just trying to say, who was on the council then that decided to have it at River Run for 3 years in a row? Because now that we're in an alternating role, and JD and I both live in the River Run community, it kind of takes it away from us. And I know you want to be treated fairly, but weren't you on the council when these things were decided over those last 3 years?
Yes, but I didn't vote for that. And were you living in River Run during that time?
Absolutely.
And so you were able to go to those events? were you
Absolutely, and
not?
I went to every one of them.
I have no further questions.
No, but, hey, did you come to them?
Yes.
Okay, well, then I have no further questions either.
All right. Anyway.
I don't care where it's
we
at,
need
as long as our residents all have the opportunity to attend. I thought the one last year was really nice in Reunion. And like I said, I don't care where they're at, as long as they're accessible to all the community.
Right. And any place in Commerce City should be accessible to anybody.
I agree.
Well, so are we going to decide anything on that tonight, or are we just going to leave it up in the air and decide it about 2 weeks before it happens?
If there's a consensus of council on where to hold it, we would appreciate knowing that as soon as possible.
Right.
We had been planning River Run, but we're still early enough, I believe.
Right,
and
that's
hopefully
why I'm
Carolyn
bringing it
Keith
up.
doesn't kill us.
Jim, would you like to make a motion?
I will move that we have it, if South Lawn is problematic,
Yes.
then let's have it at the same place we had it last year.
Okay. In your motion, would you also agree to rotate it to River Run the following year?
Yeah.
Okay.
At that point in time, we flip-flop.
That's acceptable to me. Okay. Councilwoman Carson?
Was it not in Reunion last year?
Yes, it was.
So should we not start off on a good start of doing exactly this every other year? And it's already being planned to be at River Run. You're just throwing a kink in there. It was in Reunion last year, River Run now, then it goes back to Reunion, then River Run. You're trying to make up for something that I'm not even, I don't know about, but I think we should keep things going, the momentum that they're going, and it's been planned to be in River Run.
No, but we're 5 months in advance, so that any of those plans.
But it
can certainly
was
be.
in Reunion last year, so
That's
I'm
right,
done.
and it was at River Run the 3 years prior to that.
Okay. Would you like to make a subsequent motion? Or I got to handle the one that's on the floor? And if you decide to vote against it and it fails, you're more than welcome to make a motion.
Well, there hasn't been a second to the motion yet.
No, not yet, you don't. Is there anybody that would like to second Mr. Benson's motion?
Boy, this would be terrible if it died for no second.
No, it wouldn't.
I still see nobody that would like to second the motion. So I'm asking the council, would you like to second Jim's motion?
I'll second it.
I have a motion and a second to have the northern outreach at Reunion Park North.
This is what you're going to divide the council over.
Roll call.
It
You want a roll call?
shouldn't be divisive.
I've had a request for a roll call vote.
One moment, please.
Sorry.
I've got one more item after this, Sean.
You don't have to vote for it if you second it.
Let's see how this vote comes out, Jim.
We're being delirious here.
Yeah, Jim, you might not even.
Go.
Vote.
Okay, it's time to vote.
You're not going to vote.
He's going to abstain.
We need 2 more votes.
Okay.
Oh, my
Bullock?
goodness.
We need one more vote.
What are we doing?
Thank you.
The record shows that the motion, let's see, it's tied, 4-4 and 1 abstention.
Well, an abstention is a yes vote. So,
So the motion passes
right.
because of the abstention.
All right. So anyway, I've got one other
So
item.
just so you know, Rick, that little move, you're the one who made the decision. All right. Interesting. Okay.
I've got one more item.
We'll be at River Run North, or no, not River, Reunion North.
Reunion North.
Yeah, I know you're still trying to snake that in there. Okay, Mr. Benson, you have one more item?
Yeah, you know, when we have the budget retreat, it always seems to fall when I'm at the IBTTA conference on behalf of B470. That's going to be between September 7th and the 12th of 2012. Could I make a request that we not have the budget retreat during, because it seems like twice now I've missed the budget retreat because I've been at that. We've got 9 months to go between now and then. Can we do it some other time besides between September 7th and the 12th? Do I need to make a motion to do that?
Yeah, I'll need a motion.
4-4 tie vote or whatever?
Yeah, no, I'll need a motion.
You going to abstain from that?
I think we can all try to work around your other priorities. However, I wanted to remind you that the budget retreat is one of the most important things that this council has to consider.
That's right.
And that I would expect you to drop anything else to make sure that you're there. But however, I think we can probably work around it, Jim.
And I know I've made this known before in past years, but with the prior administration, it hadn't seemed to make any difference. And
Well,
it just
please don't
gets-
hold me
It
accountable.
seems like it gets homed in on those
Please
days.
don't hold me accountable for the past decisions. I'm
can't-
here to
I'm not
say
holding you
I'm
accountable.
willing to work around your priorities, but just keep in mind how important the budget is to the
Oh, I know.
citizens of this community. Okay.
And the thing is, if we can have it at any time, Mr. Mayor, besides September the 7th through the 12th, I may be able to work my schedule around where I can make it.
Okay, we'll do our best to work around those dates,
All
Mr.
right.
Benson.
But let's don't forget those dates.
And I think we're okay without making a motion and solidifying the date at this time, okay? But please remind us as we get closer and we set the date for that.
I have
that
to remind you.
That you have concerns, okay?
I have to remind you. When do you want me to remind you?
No. I want you to bring it up when the discussion starts about having that budget retreat, that those dates are of an importance to you, so that we can try to work around them.
I know. I did
Thank
that
you.
last year, too.
Now we're out 8 months into the calendar.
I know.
And we're midnight. Is there any other administrative business?
Yes.
Councilman Teeter.
Gonna move for it.
I'm not sure if this is the right place to bring this up, but I've had a citizen bring a couple things to my attention. And one of them is that we have a Bronco flag hanging in the lobby in here, but we have a soccer stadium right in our backyard, and we don't have a flag hanging up here representing that soccer stadium. Out in the lobby. Even though I'm a diehard Bronco fan, I think we should put a soccer banner up here also if we're going to fly one.
Would the staff please contact Dick's Sporting Goods Park or whoever and see about obtaining a flag for our lobby?
Mayor and Councilmember Teeter and rest of the council, we will definitely do that. The thought behind the Bronco flag, for a little history, is to fly it during the season. When the season is past, and they've hopefully continued to go on, when the rapid seasons start, we can get a rapid seasons flag up.
Thank you.
Okay, one other thing.
I'm just joking. I wasn't. Okay.
One other thing that was brought to my attention was when they see a lot of seniors coming into Civic Center here, a lot of them stop about halfway up because they're so tired they can't make it all the way in one complete walk. They suggested maybe we ought to put a bench on about halfway up on both sides of the walkway out there. You can just take a look at that and see what you think.
We need an escalator.
Okay. Councilwoman Carson.
I did have an email forwarded to me, Brian, Mr. McBroom, is the railroad there at 96th and Highway 2, Mr. Benson and I both are under the same agreement that we thought that was a silent crossing?
That is correct.
Well, evidently it's not silent anymore.
However, even though there is signage, as I understand, there is signage on the railway to notify the train operators that it's a silent crossing, that doesn't guarantee that the train operators don't activate the horn. We're checking to see how the railroad might police that. If I lived in that area, I'd find that very annoying as well.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Anything else, Councilwoman Carson?
I think that in the near future, I will bring an ordinance forward that we have to end at a certain time so that we keep this council moving in a very forward conversation.
You know what, on that topic, I think given everything that this council had to deal with this evening, it's actually went smoother than I thought. Mr. Douglas?
Thank you. I had a couple things here. On December 22nd, that was that really heavy snow we had, unexpected, of course. I made it to work, but a lot of folks who travel that way did not make it to work. Some folks ended up being on the side of the road, heading down right past the parking lots. I mean, the airport parking
structure.
And that's right there in Tower and 80th. And there was no de-ice, no sand, no new ice treatment that was put down. And so I had called Alan Cone, and I asked him, who do I call emergency? And he told me, call the police and they'll get Public Works. But I like to have all the council members have Public Works numbers, so if something like this happens, we can notify them right away, because that is our heart of the city as far as that road leading out of the north, Highway 2 and Tower, and making sure that Thoroughway is taken care of would be very important. So I have to say, for that section right there, I give Public Works an F for that, because a lot of people ended up on the side of the road.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sir.
If I might just briefly respond. The southern city limit on Tower Road is roughly the southern edge of the canopy parking property. That's roughly 81st Avenue. We'll certainly check the area that you're speaking about.
It's just that hill right there with a grade, right where we have our signage for the city, Commerce City. That section right there.
Is it south of the sign or north?
It's no, it's it's north of the sign.
North of the sign? Okay.
Uh-huh. Yeah, because I know south at the top of the hill, Denver, it was clear on their side. And then still looking to see if we can get a meeting, set a meeting up with DIA and on the FAA part. I know Sean and Dominic, Dominic wasn't there, but yesterday, or today, Sean spoke to the Mayor Hancock and Paul Ryan. It wasn't, it was just a meet and greet. But if we can get that meeting set, I know a few people with FAA. They have forwarded me some numbers, and I can forward to you guys as well, the person who's in charge of that. And then on Friday, there was the stock show. A lot of council members did not get that invite, and I wasn't sure what happened there, because I would have loved to attend that on Friday.
I would have to double check with Michelle Rogers. I believe an Outlook invitation went out, so you would have received it in your email inbox. I know some council members. Is that how council members who attended received the invitation?
It said as a meeting request or an
Okay.
event, and then
I didn't
you
get
said
that, did you?
decline or maybe, but I actually didn't receive one.
Is it that Boots and Saddles?
So sounds like some received it, some didn't.
Yeah.
The Boots and Business event, and that's what I've had several council members, Councilwoman Elliott, Mr. Douglas, Councilwoman Carson, did you receive it?
Not that I remember.
Okay. Mr. Benson, did you receive it? So apparently, some of the council members did not receive that invite, so you might check to see, make sure that I know myself, the other day I had to come in because I was locked out of the Exchange server, and I wasn't getting information from the city. I want to make sure that the council members are all getting the proper invites and information. So if you have Michelle Rogers look into that, and if there's a
Absolutely.
problem where you need to have them come in and fix their Exchange server like I did. Now, they're saying they're getting other emails, so I don't know how some could get it and some could not. And I've had a hard time trying to explain why they didn't get it, because I don't know.
Yeah, I
But
don't-
we did have space at the table, like you said earlier, and it was a great event, and I wish that those who didn't get it would have had the opportunity to come.
We'll certainly investigate what happened there. Our apologies to those who didn't receive the invitation but wanted to attend. We'll find out what happened there.
Anything further, Mr. Douglas?
Yeah, and my last thing is, if we could get public document, the memoranda of understanding from Shea Homes of the undeveloped sites they have, to see what do they have in place as far as where they designate these companies as far as fracking.
Okay.
Appreciate it. Okay, thank you.
Mr. McAdonnell, you want to respond to that?
Yeah, there are two documents, and one of them is a confidential document that we're not able to review. The other is an MOU that's on file at Adams County, and I have misplaced the copy that I obtained of that. I will try and locate that, but it's only a handful of pages, and provides at the highest level sort of a picture of what is essentially the Reunion PUD, all of the undeveloped areas of Reunion. My guess is you could probably talk to Marty Zemsik, and he would talk you through, in general terms, what's going on. But the document, as he explained it to me, is essentially 70 pages of very specific negotiation between Hillcorp, Shea, and Fullenwider on where and how they have essentially forced or restricted those operations based on the rights that Fullenwider holds.
Anything further, Mr. Douglas? Okay. Mr. Bullock?
Is there anyone here that has a date for the youth legislative initiative, that breakfast that they're having? I know the Hispanic Chambers is the 24th at 7 o'clock. I just need to know what's the date of the youth initiative.
Mr. Bullock, that is Thursday, January 19th at 7 a.m. at Noah's, and that's 11881 North Bradburn Boulevard, Westminster.
North Bradburn. And what's the name of the place?
Noah's.
Like Noah's Ark?
Mm-hmm.
Anything further, Mr. Bullock?
No, that's all I need.
We will gather the details for that event and send it out as a Microsoft Outlook meeting invite, and we'll make sure that you get it.
I RSVP'd with Michelle, but I never got the information where I was RSVPing to. So now I know. Okay.
And seeing no other council business, I'll bring mine up. I have one. With my meeting that I had with the transportation carriers in the community, there was brought up an issue about 64th Avenue to the west where it goes under 270 at the ditch. It kind of dead ends down there at the ditch. That road, they said they've been trying to find out who's responsible for that piece of road because it's in terrible condition. They said even the fire department said something about not being able to get their trucks through there. And they've been trying to research it, whether it was the states, whether it's the cities, and they just would like to find out who owns it so they could pursue having the repairs made on the road.
You mean 60th or 64th?
No, I mean 64th.
Are you, just for clarification, are you talking towards Weaver Electric and that area that goes underneath 270?
Where it turns and goes under 270 at the bottom of 64th, at the west end of 64th.
Okay, before it hits the
That's my
berm?
understanding of their concern, is that piece of road, and who is responsible for that road.
Okay.
Because they checked with the state, and they said the state's denied that it was theirs. They said they've talked to the city, and the city's denied that it's theirs. But it's somebody's.
Counties.
Mayor and council, can we, because we've had that same question asked about the area at 60th Avenue where it goes underneath I-270 as well. So if you wouldn't mind, would it be all right for us to contact Greg Fulton? I guess he probably has the
Absolutely, yeah,
info.
you can talk to Greg Fulton and find out which one of them had the concerns, but one of the trucking companies had some concerns about this road, and Greg understands it and knows about it, but they're just trying to find out who owns this piece of road and why it's not being maintained, and so that they can find out who's responsible and get it maintained, because right now they said they're actually limited with fire resources because of the lack of maintenance.
Okay, we will get that information.
Okay, thank you. I have nothing further. We can move into the next section of the agenda, which is reports. Mr. Interim City Manager McBroom.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will be very brief. First of all, we did provide an update this evening that includes follow-up on some City Council action items. There's also attached to that is the fracking update. Because of the lateness of the hour, I won't review the information. There is a good update, though, on the Custy well site at Tower 96 that I would encourage you to review. We also put an update in on the Land Use Committee meeting last week. So take a look at that. Don't hesitate to call Tom or I if you have any questions about it. I've also asked Michelle Rogers to make sure that I'm getting regular one-on-one meetings scheduled with each of you. Now that we're into the new year, I'd very much like to get those scheduled. So I'll be looking to hear from Michelle about that. We were talking about a special meeting on January 30th earlier this evening. We also would like to contact you tomorrow about your availability. Again, we won't do it tonight because the hour's late. To accommodate a request from the proposed facility for Cummins on 104th Avenue, we need to have a special city council meeting to take action on a revised zoning ordinance to modify the zoning on that property. It's an important issue for Cummins, and we'd like it addressed before they have to close on the property February 4th. Because of the timing of sending the matter to the Planning Commission and then to the City Council, the best alternative we could come up with is the need for a special City Council meeting on February 2nd. That's a Thursday. The meeting would be very brief. It would be for second reading on a zoning ordinance that will change the zoning and remove a condition on the property that Cummins is interested in. So we apologize for that, but I think to be responsive to Cummins, we think it's a good idea for us to do that. So unless council members know what their availability is on that day, we are prepared to just contact you tomorrow. All we need is at least 5 of you, and if worse comes to worse, you can even participate via telephone.
You know what, Brian, I would like to take it a step further. Because of the importance of that meeting and the economic impact, I think it's important that we set that meeting now. And again, like you said, only 5 members need to be there. However, if it came down to a pinch, they could do a phone vote. However, I think with the relevance, to give the staff a little more time to make sure that they get this meeting underway and scheduled, I'd like to ask the council to consider a motion to set a special council meeting to take under consideration only one item, which is the second reading of the zoning issue dealing with the Cummins property, to be held on Thursday the 4th at 5 p.m.? Second. At what time? I think we need later in the afternoons better for the whole council, so if we could do it, somewhere in at that time frame.
It's certainly up to council. We'll make it whatever time of day we can be sure to get a quorum.
Yeah, well, and especially because there's some that have to, work until 5 o'clock. So whatever is good for the council, I would ask for that kind of a motion, get this set so that staff knows exactly what we're doing on the 2nd, and we're moving this thing forward. Mr. McEldowney?
I would move that we approve the setting up of a meeting to handle the Cummins matter on Thursday the 2nd at 5:30 p.m.
Mr. Moreno?
Second.
A motion and a second. Is there discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. At least now you know your direction. Mr. Gaylor?
Just as a point of information, we really don't have any authority in our charter to vote by proxy or by telephone, so we really need 5 here for the vote.
Okay, we'll make sure there's 5 here then. I mean, you just saw 9 people vote without discussion to be there on Thursday, so, on the 2nd. So we'll make sure that we do our part.
And the last item under my report is to just give Ms. Ryan Cordero a few minutes to talk to you about the legislative agenda information that he sent to you. It's that time of year where we need to start getting organized as far as that goes.
Thank you. Hi, Mayor. Just very briefly, I sent you an email last Wednesday, the 5th, asking you to take a look at the preliminary agenda for the state and local advocacy. I also included the what I call the legislative tenets, which is basically parameters in case something comes up quickly down at the state legislature and there's no time to come back to council for a position. So those 2 documents were sent to you on Wednesday. I was wondering if the council got an opportunity to read them, if you had any comments, questions, concerns, any changes or any additions that you wanted me to make.
The council have any comments concerning the legislative agenda moving forward? Or have you had a chance to review, or you want more review time?
We're good.
Everybody okay with it? Seeing no comments, thank you, Ms. Ryan.
Thank you.
Is that all from the city manager's office?
That's it, thank you.
Okay. Mr. Attorney, do you have any report?
Nothing.
Okay. Mr. Benson?
Just a few short things. We've got our Ward 2 meeting tomorrow, starting at 6:30 at Landmark Academy in Reunion. Hope everybody can be there. And also, I want to thank the staff for getting on the Chambers Road median, which I've been working on for 4 years now. And finally, it's all dug out, and it's going to be done. So, thank you. Oh, there's nobody here, but anyway, thank you. Whatever. Okay.
Councilwoman Carson?
Because of the late hour, no report.
Mr. Teeter?
No report.
Mr. Moreno?
Hope everyone had a happy new year. No report.
Okay. Mr. Douglas?
No report.
Councilwoman Elliott.
I'll echo that, no report.
Mr. McEldowney.
No report.
Mr. Bullock.
I just want to announce that Mr. Douglas and myself are charter members on the Colorado Black Caucus, and we had our kickoff last Thursday on the 5th. Mr. Douglas was here with the fracking issue, and I was at the caucus. But it was an extremely great kickoff, and we expect to see good things from us in the future. Thank you.
Okay. I do have a couple of things. I hate to burst everybody's bubble. Today, myself and the city manager and Jim Hayes went down and had a meeting with Michael Hancock and Paul Ryan in Denver. We were given a limited amount of time to visit. However, I think it set the pace and the tone for our relationship moving forward with Denver on several fronts. We talked about where they're at with their stock show relocation and how that's moving forward. He let us know that it's part of their urban renewal, and we let him know that we wanted to make sure that we're at the forefront when it comes forward for discussion. As well, we discussed the on-ramp southbound onto Pena off of Tower, and he said he would be looking into the matter deeper for us. He said right now it's not Denver that's holding it up. It's either the DIA or the FAA. He did say he had one concern about trying to limit large trucks getting on and utilizing Pena as a non-airport related type of activity. So he's concerned maybe that we may have to or may not have to restrict big trucks from getting on Tower heading the southwest direction on the Pena. But we did have some good discussions about the businesses that we have in the area that are airport related via the parking facilities and the newly adopted plan for the DIA Tech Center, and our involvement and participation with the Aerotropolis and what's happening in the region around the airport. He was very encouraged. I think the meeting went very well. One of the things that came out of the meeting is he's going to be setting up a meeting with our economic development directors and department and our planning staff, along with Denver's economic development folks and their planning staff, to have dialogue about their development standards and requirements and what they're doing up in the DIA area. And they want to also talk about what we have planned from a regional perspective in that area, so that we can be on the same page and work towards a common goal for the region. As well, they will be setting up a lunch meeting with their entire council, with our council, which hasn't been done in the past. We will do this on an annual basis, and we will take turns hosting. But he's going to start that in the works right away, and it'll be where both mayors will get up and address both councils at the same time and talk about what we're doing in our communities and take a field of questions from the councils that are present. The rest of the time will be spent getting to know each other and understanding their council members and who they are. And they have a new council member in this Stapleton, Forest City area, the Northfields area, that has taken over for Mayor Hancock. And so I think the meeting went extremely well. I think it leads into a whole new line of dialogue that we haven't had in the past with Denver, and we need to be partners with Denver, especially on this southern edge where we have a huge economic development opportunity, and out on the Tower Road and Pena section where we abut Denver. So with that said, I think all in all the meeting was great. I'm glad that we were able to get it set up, and we will have that luncheon soon as it gets put together, and it'll give our entire council a chance to talk to them about our needs over here and our relationship and how we can move forward. But he did promise us that he would look into the on-ramp situation at Pena and Tower, which I think is a huge piece that we need to get accomplished for our residents in the north. Also, I want to make sure I recognize again everybody that sent me prayers and flowers and what have you while I was in the hospital. I don't hope to go back anytime soon. I feel like I'm on the mend, and I plan to be here to do my job as the mayor moving forward, and thank you again to Dominic. I want to make sure, since we had a lapse in our email for the invitation to the Boots and Business, that everybody got the invitation for the Metro North banquet that is coming up so that you can participate. It's a really a good event, and I want to make sure that none of the council were passed by on that email. So, you don't think you've got it? Yeah, I think you probably got it, Jim. Just kidding you. Yes, Brian?
Just one other quick note. We do have it in the update. There's the State of the State address this Thursday.
Right.
So.
And Thursday,
Interested
myself and Councilman Douglas have business here at the city that we have to attend to, so I will not be able to make it to the State of the State address, but hopefully we have good representation there from the City Council. Just so you know that I will not be able to attend, so if some of you can make a showing, it'll be great. Good. Good. And with that being said.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes?
I wanted to make sure that council had a memo on their desk tonight regarding the Bison Grill liquor license, particularly the new council members. That's,
I do.
And very important that that gets turned in.
Got it.
Thank you.
And since I wasn't here at the last council meeting, and we do have a new interim chief of police, I've asked Chuck to bring his family back in, and I'd like to have him be able to come up here and us recognize him as the new acting chief. So if staff would please put it on the agenda, I want to make sure that's a big step, and he stepped into a big role, and I want to make sure that he is recognized by the council for taking on the duties. And I congratulate him for being the one to step to the plate and take on the issues of our safety of our public. So thank you. If there be nothing further to come before this council
If we wait 20 minutes, it'll be one.
this evening, we are adjourned. Now, what do we got to do with this here? Hey.
Oh, let me.
Address this Thursday.
Right.
So.
And Thursday, myself and Councilman Douglas have business here at the city that we have to attend to, so I will not be able to make it to the State of the State address, but hopefully we have good representation there from the City Council. Just so you know that I will not be able to attend, so if some of you can make a showing, it'll be great. Good. Good. And with that being said.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes?
I wanted to make sure that council had a memo on their desk tonight regarding the Bison Grill liquor license, particularly the new council members. That's
I do.
and very important that